that direct family connection to be able to be passionate about how evil these ideas are, number one. And number two, the only criticism I have from Boris Sanchez there is that the entire question, after he explained how evil communism is, the entire question was framed within a political context of, how are you going to win over the hearts and minds of the Cubans and Venezuelans and Nicaraguans who have fled those regimes to come to America? How are you going to convince them that everything you're selling is great? What kind of question is that? But the connection to the left in America and Cuba doesn't end there. Karen Bass, the current mayor of Los Angeles, she studied in Cuba, literally. When she was younger, a college student, she actually did a work-study program in Cuba, which tells you a lot. And here she is yesterday explaining a new program in Los Angeles government politics that sounds like it's straight out of the Politburo in Moscow. Take a listen to this.
Donation to our campaign is more critical right now than ever before. Let me explain. Thanks to LA's Supermatch program, every qualified donation from Los Angeles residents is matched 6-1 by the city. But after the primary, we had to start over from scratch. So we need you to rush your matching donation right now to help fuel this campaign. Chip in $5 right now, and the city turns it into $35. Chip in $25 right now, and the city turns it into $175. Make your matching donation today.
Yeah, that's right. In the city of Los Angeles, they use tax dollars to multiply a political donation to a candidate by a factor of 6. And both of the finalists, lo and behold, shock of shocks, miracle of miracles, are both Democrats. Well, the good news is Los Angeles is so awash with money, and there's no problems in that city with potholes or scum on the streets, that they've got plenty of money to burn, literally. Listen, if you get your health insurance through the ACA Marketplace, another failed big government program, you could be paying, and probably are paying, hundreds of dollars every month more than you need to for coverage that you're never going to use. You're 58 years old and you're paying for maternity coverage? What is that all about? Call my friend Tim Cooper. He's great. He's at Health Plan Network. He offers private health insurance plans backed by an A-excellent rated company that you can use at any doctor and only be deductible after you're admitted to a hospital. If you're under 65 and reasonably healthy, you can get into these plans anytime throughout the year, too. You don't have to wait for open enrollment. You don't have to wait. Just call them now. Stop overpaying for your health insurance. Call Tim Cooper. When I say them, I mean Tim. He'll answer the phone or he'll call you right back. 800-399-3068. 800-399-3068, or go to healthplannetwork.net. Tim will custom design a plan that's managed by you, not the government.
The following is a real-life story from Trinity Debt Management.
When I was feeling the stress of too much credit card debt, I looked at two different options: debt settlement and debt management. They may sound the same, but guess what? They're not. Debt settlement seemed like a quick fix, but I found out it would destroy my credit, create tax headaches, and hit me with huge fees. They actually told me to stop paying my bills. No way, not me. Then I turned to a debt management plan.
Country.
I'm Michelle Polino.
She's from Texas.
Ella Langley's choosing Texas notches an 18th week at #1 on the Billboard Hot 100, moving within 1 week of tying the longest run ever for a non-holiday song, Old Town Road by Lil Nas X and Shabuzi's A Bar Song Tipsy. And country music is dominating charts this summer. The genre now holds 4 of the chart's top 5 spots.
And that's Jesus Jones' mama.
Lainey Wilson is two-stepping over to Leanne. The country superstar will guest star in season 2 of comedian Leanne Morgan's Netflix comedy series, playing a character named Jessie. Leanne on Netflix, August 27th. And Miranda Lambert is cooking up something new with Crisco. Her new album arrives October 2nd. The country superstar will headline Nashville's newest venue, The Truth, October 1st, marking the venue's debut alongside a preview of her new album. Tickets for Miranda Lambert, one night only, are on sale Friday. That's what's trending. Michelle Polino, Fox.
The Point is KUSG, Hagåtña, Guam. 93.3 FM and 104.3 HD3.
Foiling a terror plot. I'm Carmen Roberts, Fox News. The FBI arrested a New York woman they say planned to bomb the state capitol in an ISIS-inspired terror attack.
Prosecutors identify her as Jessica Bowie, a 35-year-old Albany resident who converted to Islam. They say she started her plot last month and was taking steps to carry out the major attack. They say she wrote and met with confidential sources saying, "I want to destroy as much of the building as possible and kill the senators while they are meeting. I want it to have an effect on the American system." On August 5th, prosecutors say that she bought items to build a bomb at Home Depot, and she planned to put the bomb in a DoorDash bag so it would explode in the Capitol.
Fox's Eric Shawn. About 300 Lindsay Clancy supporters many of them wearing pink, gathered this morning outside the courthouse in Massachusetts where she is on trial for killing her 3 children. Clancy's legal team claims she was in a state of postpartum psychosis, and these supporters explained why they showed up.
Because it's mental health. She wasn't in her right frame of mind.
Lindsay was severely struggling and she was severely failed.
The trial resumes tomorrow. As the Iran war nears the 6-month point, President Trump is threatening Iran with an economic D-Day. GOP Congressman Steve Scalise tells Fox News.
Their economy, their military has been decimated by President Trump's action. Their ability to get a nuclear weapon's been decimated. But now we're going to look at all those people that are doing business and feeding billions of dollars into Iran's economy and say, you got to stop doing it or it's going to affect your economy too.
Iran is brushing off the threat. And a 6.7 magnitude earthquake shook Peru's southern Andes Mountains this afternoon. No immediate reports of damage. Last week, more than 300 people died when a major quake devastated Colombia. America's listening to Fox News.
You never know who might be taking the quiz.
Hi, I'm Neil deGrasse Tyson, your personal astrophysicist.
Hey everyone, it's Phil Simms.
Hey everyone, it's Danica McKellar. It's Candace Bushnell.
I'm Jeremiah Brown.
Hey everyone, I'm Kix Brooks.
I'm John Taffer.
I'm Jennifer Eden.
Hey everybody, it's Kevin Nealon.
It's Mr. Wonderful here, and it's time to take the quiz.
5 questions in less than 5 minutes every day. Listen and follow at thequiz.fox.
The world of business moves fast. Stay on top of it with the Fox Business Rundown every Monday and Friday. Fox Business reporters, anchors, and hosts will bring you beneath the stock market speculation and boardroom drama to tell you about the biggest business stories of today. Whether you're on Main Street or Wall Street, Fox Business is invested in you.
Listen to the Fox Business Rundown every Monday and Friday at foxbusinesspodcasts.com or wherever you download your favorite podcasts.
Schools in Omaha, Nebraska are halting police use of electric shock gloves after the superintendent called for an end to the program. Those gloves were designed to deliver painful shocks and had been planned for use in middle and high schools. Hawaii faces a possible tropical storm after getting slammed by Hurricane Lala.
Another tropical system is heading in the direction of Hawaii. If it continues to intensify, it will be called Tropical Storm Moke, and it will arrive in the vicinity of the Big Island late on Saturday, Hawaii time, continuing into Sunday, which should be the peak, and then departing the islands on Monday. The National Hurricane Center forecasts up to 15 inches of rain. That's on the Big Island, where they had tremendous rain damage and flooding from Hurricane Lala just last week. I'm Brian Norcross, Fox Weather.
The USS George Washington has arrived in the Arabian Sea to relieve the USS Abraham Lincoln. Abraham Lincoln was there the longest for any naval deployment since the Cold War. It is now headed home to San Diego. And a U.S. Army unit is offering its troops a special bonus if they re-enlist soon.
Gamers currently enlisted in the Army may get some time off as an incentive to re-enlist just to play the highly anticipated Grand Theft Auto 6.
I'm just fixing some leaks.
Seriously, dude, you got some time on your hands. I got some properties with paying tenants.
Oh, that's why you came by?
Just go get me my check.
At least 20 soldiers have already accepted the offer, according to the Army. Soldiers in the 9th Brigade Engineer Battalion, part of the 3rd Infantry Division, can re-enlist between now and November 14th to get a special 4-day pass, timed to coincide with the release of the sequel to one of the most profitable video games in history. Troops must re-enlist.
Fox's Eamon Digman reporting. I'm Carmen Roberts. This is Fox News.
I'm Gianna Gelosi with your Fox True Crime Minute. A Florida woman wanted for murder has been arrested after 7 weeks on the run. Isabel Rose Johnson was taken into custody August 13th in Cottondale, Florida, about 60 miles northeast from the Freeport property where police found the remains of Jason Coulthart. The 43-year-old father was initially reported missing May 24th. His body found a month later with a zip tie around his neck, buried in a shallow grave covered in concrete with a black Cadillac parked over it. During the manhunt, police described Johnson as cunning and a master manipulator. They say she was a dangerous swindler who was known for concocting fake sob stories to gain favors or money from strangers. They say the 38-year-old used several aliases and had a network of accomplices as she evaded police. 5 other people have been arrested in connection to the case. Authorities say they expect more to come. No motive has been released. There's more on this story at foxnews.com or subscribe to the Fox True Crime podcast. I'm Gianna Gelosi with your Fox True Crime Minute.
News, politics, entertainment. This is O'Connor and Company.
It's a great Thursday morning in your nation's capital, Washington, the District of Columbia, and those who live in the region are hearing us on our flagship station, WMAL, the mighty, the historic, the heritage station, WMAL. They call them heritage stations, you know. Thrilled to be talking to everybody on the Salem Radio Network as well and on Salem News Channel. I'm Larry O'Connor from the Relief Factor Studios. We are loaded up today and can't wait to get to it. Our top story is a horrific murder right here in the shadow of the nation's capital in the Tony suburb of Fairfax County, Virginia, a county dominated by Democrats. It's been the poster child of sanctuary policies, as listeners of this program would know, because we focused quite a bit. Just yesterday, we had Luke Rosiak talking about another criminal, another murderer who was given a light sentence and then, as being an illegal immigrant, was allowed 48 hours on his own reconnaissance, went and got a passport and fled the country after murdering somebody and was covered in blood. And as we talked about that yesterday, today we have another illegal immigrant, this one from El Salvador, led into the country under Joe Biden, who was allowed to live here and has now committed a brutal murder. And over 50% of illegal immigrants. While violent crime is on a decline across the nation, in many pockets like this, dominated by Democrats, and now with a Democrat governor of Virginia, you're not seeing that same kind of decline. You're still seeing murder. You're still seeing horrific violent crime despite the national average. And these stories that we talk about are not stories that come from cities and states dominated by Republican governors and mayors or city councils or sheriffs. They are exclusive to areas where only Democrats are in charge. We've got Jason Miyares, a Republican attorney general who had been the attorney general in the Commonwealth of Virginia up until the election last fall. General of Virginia. Now a man who is focusing very much on illegal immigration and on voter integrity, Ken Cuccinelli. He'll be joining us, partly to talk about some voter integrity issues, but also I want to get him to talk about the crimes at the hands of illegal immigrants. Also, big name in the news right now, Congressman Ralph Norman. He is in that runoff with Darlene Graham, Lindsey Graham's sister, to become the Republican nominee for Senate in South Carolina to replace Lindsey Graham, who passed away last month. Ralph Norman will be joining us in the 8 o'clock hour, third hour of the show. And then Katie McFarland, as always, on a Thursday, will be joining us to talk about national security issues. So let's get to this crime. You know, every murder is a tragedy, obviously. And a murder that could have been prevented is an outrage. But a murder that can be prevented and was allowed to occur because of political ambition and cynical political policies, well, that's an abomination. And that should boil the blood of every single human being living on this planet, certainly every single American. Because make no mistake, these sanctuary policies celebrated and allowed in many cases to walk free, where if they were born in America and were a United States citizen, they would still be in custody. That's what's happening in Fairfax County under Steve Descano and under the leadership of Governor Abigail Spanberger. If you commit a violent crime and you are in the country illegally, you will be treated with more leniency. Steve Toscano ran on that issue. It was on his website when he was campaigning because he doesn't want a criminal who was born in another country and in this country illegally to be able to be turned over to federal immigration authorities. And so instead of keeping them in custody and convicting them of a higher crime, he will be more lenient and let them out free. When an illegal immigrant is in custody, they should be tried, they should be prosecuted, they should be deported and handed over to their home country where they would be treated by the authorities in their home country. In this case, in the murder that happened just this week, it would be a Salvadoran prison. El Salvador, you know, the country where an MS-13 gang member who lived in Maryland for many years, despite a deportation order, was sent back to prison in El Salvador, his home country, and Chris Van Hollen and the Democrats embraced him as a beleaguered Maryland man who deserved protection. Make no mistake that these policies that are protecting criminals and allowing more rape, more molestation, more murder, more grand theft, more, fill in the blank of whatever major crime. The policies that are allowing for more of that crime, those policies come from the hubris, the narcissism, and the derangement that comes with a political party who can only define themselves one way, and that is to oppose everything that Donald Trump and the American people who put him into office want. Donald Trump ran on and was elected twice on the notion that people in this country illegally should be dealt with as the criminals they are and sent back to their countries. Democrats must oppose Donald Trump. They must oppose you. And so despite hours and hours and hours of video that we have seen from Barack Obama to Hillary Clinton to Chuck Schumer to Joe Biden, all claiming that they agree we need to have a tight border. They agree that illegal immigrants are a problem for our government resources and for our economy and for our... They should be dealt with the fullest extent of the law, despite hours and hours of video of those politicians saying that. The moment Donald Trump won election, the moment you decided to elect Donald Trump to enforce those laws, they suddenly decided to embrace the criminals, protect them, because they had to fight Donald Trump. There is no other explanation for their 180-degree turn, other than, I'll give you this, there is one other explanation. I apologize. They could have been BSing you the entire time. Every single time that they stood on the well of the Senate or on the floor of the House of Representatives or at a rally, their hand in the air, swearing to God that they want to protect our borders, that they also believe in tough immigration laws, that they also agree that illegal immigrants are a problem for our society economically, culturally, and in terms of safety. Every time they said that over the last 20 years that we've seen on video, they were just lying to you. That's possible. I won't discount that as a possibility. They're either liars or they've completely changed their mind because Donald Trump has infected their brain with a virus. But either way, the end result, well, the end result can be described in clip 13. Do we have clip 13? This is the this chief of police for Fairfax County yesterday. Let's hear it.
Out of his motorcycle, he filled the water bottle with gasoline after he dumped the water. We know that when our victim and our killer eventually found themselves at the park, Difficult Run Trail Park, we know that our killer stabbed our victim repeatedly and eventually doused her in gasoline and tried to set her on fire.
This is fabulous that we let these people into the country. We warned about this. We told you people would die. Innocent people would be dead, raped, brutalized, trafficked. And the Biden administration did not care. And the Democrats on Capitol Hill, you should be ashamed of yourself because you let this happen as well. By the way, HHS Secretary Javier Becerra, now running for governor of California, he stood by and let this happen. Blind eye to all the criminality. Total outrage. And, by the way, while we're adding to that, list, Abigail Spanberger, the new governor, the new moderate Democrat governor of Virginia, remember her role in all of this. Of the thousands of illegal aliens in the Commonwealth of Virginia, She's happy to give sanctuary to them, including to this individual accused now of murder.
Yep. Laura Ingraham last night on Fox News being a bit of a spirit animal for me on this issue, and she's right about Abigail Spanberger. Abigail Spanberger, the moderate. Abigail Spanberger, the grown-up. You know, oh, no, I'm not like those crazies over there on the left. This was her first act as governor of Virginia. This is cut 11, folks. Here she is, surrounded by all of her minions from the Democrat legislature in Richmond, signing her first executive order as the governor. Take a listen.
And this executive order rescinds executive order number 47. State and local law enforcement should not be required to divert their limited resources to enforce federal civil immigration laws. It is a responsibility of federal law enforcement. Virginia state and local law enforcement officers must be able to focus on their core responsibilities, investigating crime.
That may look like Abigail and sound like Abigail Spanberger signing an executive order to better allow local law enforcement to use their precious resources on local crime instead of being forced to enforce federal immigration laws, which, of course, is a complete lie. That's not what local law enforcement is being asked to do or required to do, because they were rescinding a Republican Glenn Youngkin governor's executive order saying that local law enforcement must cooperate with ICE, not enforce the law, cooperate with federal authorities. You arrest somebody and he's in the country illegally, you hold them until ICE agents can come and take them into custody. That's all they were doing. It wasn't precious resources. It's a lie. But what that really was Abigail Spanberger signing the death sentence for a 42-year-old Virginia woman who was just found stabbed, doused in gasoline, and set on fire in Great Falls, Virginia. That's Abigail Spanberger issuing the death warrant for that Virginia woman. More coming up.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-555-2085. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-555-2085. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-555-2085. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-555-2085 or biglou.com.
Hey everybody, Charlie Kirk. You've heard me talk about Relief Factor and how so many people enjoy a better, more pain-free life because of it. If you're dealing with everyday pain and it makes sense, you'd want to try it first. Well, Relief Factor makes that pretty pain-free too, with their 3-week quick start for just $19.95. An easy, affordable way to see how it could literally change your life. Relief Factor is a daily supplement that fights pain naturally. Developed by doctors, Relief Factor doesn't simply mask pain temporarily. It helps reduce or eliminate pain altogether. Trying it couldn't be easier with their 3-week quick start for only $19.95. That's less than $1 a day, and it just takes a phone call. It's 1-800-4RELIEF. That is the number 1-800-4RELIEF. Wherever you're having pain, every day you feel better is a day you live better. Try Relief Factor's 3-week quick start today. Visit ReliefFactor.com or call 1-800-4RELIEF. That is 1-800-4RELIEF. Again, Relief Factor is amazing. The daily supplement that fights pain naturally. Get out of pain at ReliefFactor.com. That is ReliefFactor.com.
In 2025, the FBI reported that Americans lost more than $21 billion to fraud and identity theft. Identity thieves can steal your Social Security number, open credit accounts in your name, take over online accounts, and create financial headaches that can take months to fix. Most people don't realize they've been targeted until the damage is already done. That's why more families are turning to Aura. Aura helps protect your identity with fraud alerts, credit monitoring, dark web monitoring, and up to $5 million in identity theft protection. If something does happen, Aura's 24/7 U.S.-based support team can help guide you through the recovery process. You also get a VPN, antivirus protection, password manager, and scam protection, all in one app. Don't wait until you're a victim. Protect yourself and your family today. Start your free trial at aura.com/safe. That's Aura, AURA.com/safe.
I got to tell you how happy I am that I switched to Consumer Cellular. I've had enough of the big wireless runaround, and really it's about being smart with your money. Now I'm getting the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage as big wireless, but without the cost of big wireless. Do you know about Consumer Cellular? It's not a prepaid option. No, you pick a plan and you know exactly what your bill's going to be every month. It was so easy to switch, too. I called and spoke to an actual human based right here in the U.S. and use the promo code Larry50, you get an additional $50 off. Switching was so much easier than I had thought. It took about 20 minutes. I don't know why I waited so long to do this. I ended up choosing their 2 for $60 plan. You should check them out at consumercellular.com/Larry. Save your money for something else. And right now, get an additional $50 off using my special promo code Larry50. For more info, call 888-548-8257 or consumercellular.com/Larry.
Hi, Rhett Rasmussen of BestHotGrill.com. Step up your grilling game with our Solaire portable infrared grills. Our compact everywhere is a favorite of RVers and trailer pullers. Solaire infrared provides the quick sear for bar marks and texture needed to properly finish sous vide. Use a portable alongside your larger conventional grill to create an instant sear zone and more juicy and flavorful food. Learn more at BestHotGrill.com. Affordable, powerful, portable infrared grills at BestHotGrill.com.
Salvadoran Alexis Cedillos Campos is now the fourth known illegal alien charged with murder in Fairfax County this year. That is 50% of the murders total in Fairfax County this year. Crime is down, but certain violent crimes continue. And it's important that this is happening in Fairfax County because it is literally right across the river from Washington, D.C. Other counties in this area, Montgomery County, Maryland, and Prince George's County, Maryland, all on the border of Washington, D.C., dominated top to bottom by Democrats. To be fair, there is one Republican on the county supervisors panel there for Fairfax County. One. He's grossly outnumbered. He does his best. But beyond that, the other jurisdictions I just named are completely dominated by Democrats across the board. And when Donald Trump was elected president, they all went out of their way to thump their chest, pat themselves on the back, grandstand, preen, and stand on a pedestal, look down their nose at you, the voter who put Donald Trump in office, and say, screw you, we're going to make sure that illegal immigrants have safe harbor here. We call it sanctuary. They'll have sanctuary. Sanctuary from the federal government. Sanctuary from federal law enforcement agents doing their job and enforcing immigration law. I want to repeat, not anywhere in the country has been ordered or even requested to enforce federal immigration law. So when they tell you that this is really just about saving the Democrats don't care about precious resources. You know that. They spend money that they've never even thought of having, let alone actually taken from your back pocket in taxes. This isn't about precious resources. That's just a new line of argument that they make because they know you hate these policies. So now they've come up with a new focus group to come up with a reason why they are sticking their middle finger up to you, the voter, and to Donald Trump and to our Constitution. How many more dead Americans do there have to be? How many more murderers have to be protected? Understand what this crime was like. Here's cut 10. This is one of the lieutenants in the Fairfax Police Department. Take a listen.
On Monday morning at 6:43 a.m., officers from the McLean District Station responded to Difficult Run Park, where they located our victim, Carmen Pooch, deceased, and as the chief stated, she was suffering from multiple stab wounds and had been doused in gasoline. Detectives from our Major Crimes Bureau have acted very quickly to process the crime scene, collect evidence, and conduct interviews. Within 48 hours, and emphasize within 48 hours, our detectives were successfully able to identify the suspect, that's 19-year-old Alexis Cedillos Campos, and they learned that he and our victim were known to each other as co-workers and involved in an intimate relationship. We know that Cedillos Campos left work in the early morning hours on Monday. He left work after taking a large fixed blade knife, a pair of gloves, and the water bottle the chief described. He later filled that water bottle with gasoline, and he set off to murder Carmen Puch. This morning, our suspect was taken into custody for second-degree murder in Maryland. I want to thank our detectives from the Fugitive Squad, the U.S. Marshals Service, and the Prince George's County Police Department for swiftly taking this violent killer off the street.
Maryland? Why Maryland? Oh, well, because when this scumbag crossed our border illegally and was apprehended by Border Patrol agents, oh, yeah, he was in custody at the border. Joe Biden and Jason Miyares and Xavier Becerra's catch-and-release policy was in effect. And he was asked, do you know anyone here in the country? He says, yeah, I got family in New Carrollton, Maryland. And he said, well, welcome to America, Maryland man. It's another Maryland man. You're being told by the media and by the Democrat establishment that this next election is about affordability and gas prices and, oh gosh, Jeffrey Epstein and the Iran war and on and on and on. No, this election is what every election is about. Your safekeeping, your well-being, law and order, enforcing the law. It's about border protection. It's about immigration law enforcement. And it's about the fact that any Democrat running in the district that you live in, any Democrat running for Senate in the state you live in, every single Democrat is on the side of moderate, middle-of-the-road, sane voice in the room, Abigail Spanberger, whose first action as governor of Virginia was to sign a law prohibiting law enforcement from cooperating with ICE. That would have prevented this murder. Every single Democrat running this November stands with the murderer and helped allow this young woman to get brutally, brutally extinguished. Just remember that. Listen, when it comes to supplements, two things matter most, that it works and that you can trust it. And I love telling you about what Relief Factor has done for me, taken away my daily aches and pains. And when I was suffering from really bad sciatica, it got me back up on my feet and running and training for a marathon. But let me tell you about Jim. Jim woke up all the time with aches and pains and stiffness, and he just thought, well, I'm getting old. That's just the way it is. But then he took Relief Factor, and Jim's aches and pains went away. The best part of Jim's story is that he ran out of Relief Factor, and he got a little cocky. He thought he could do it alone, and all those aches and pains came back. He's back on Relief Factor. Why don't you try it? The 3-week quick start of Relief Factor is just $17.76, and it's easy to order. Just go to ReliefFactor.com or call 800-4-RELIEF. That's ReliefFactor.com.
In 2025, Americans lost more than $21 billion to fraud and identity theft. That's why so many people are turning to Aura. Aura helps protect your identity with fraud alerts, dark web monitoring, and up to $5 million in identity theft protection. And if you become a victim, Aura's 24/7 U.S.-based support team is there to help. Don't wait until your identity is stolen. Start your free trial today at aura.com/safe. That's aura.com/safe.
Only on Salem Now, featuring one of Charlie Kirk's final interviews. The new documentary, Can You Hear Me Now?, examines modern prophets and divine messages shaping our political and cultural destiny.
I would have dreams and then they would come to pass.
Some people absolutely have the gift of prophecy. If God exists, how would he inject his information into our world? More than likely, he would use humans.
Jesus appeared in the dream. I heard a voice, and it began to speak to me.
Director Matthew Thayer weighs today's prominent prophetic voices against scripture, history, political, and scientific scrutiny.
It is the Word of God that needs to be the bedrock of any functioning and flourishing civilization.
Why would God have me be one of the last people to interview Charlie before he died?
Satan would love Christians to just be a spectator, not engage, not participate.
Is there something he's trying to say?
Can You Hear Me Now? Pre-order the movie by September 10th. Save 25% and get the DVD free at salemnow.com. salemnow.com.
This Holiday and good morning, Guam. It's 6:30 on Friday, August 21. I'm Donna DeJesus with your local headlines on The Point. OTEC reports that a power outage draining data center backup batteries caused government internet disruptions from Tuesday night into Wednesday morning. Officials confirmed it was not a cyber attack and no government data was compromised. Network services were fully restored early yesterday and SNAP benefits were issued. Meanwhile, Tropical Storm Saudel has formed with 40 mile per hour winds, prompting a typhoon watch for Alamagan, Pagan, and Agrihan, and a tropical storm watch for Saipan and Tinian. The storm is projected to reach Category 3 typhoon strength near the northern Marianas. Guam faces a very low chance of direct impacts. And GDOE confirms schools resume normal operations today. Schools in Barragata, Ladi Heights, MTM, Manila, Route 15, and Jigo were previously closed as a precaution after GWA issued a boil water notice. GWA confirmed the issue is fully corrected with no contamination found, allowing classes to resume. And those are your local headlines on The Point. Now here's Ray with weather.
It's whatever you just said about the storm. I think that's the only thing that we need to know. I'll put it back up on the screen because it occurs to me that I forgot to print out a weather thing here this morning. There's a lot going on in the studios of 93.3 The Point, but this might be among the more important things, that there is no school closure except the schools that were already closed, Simon Sanchez, Teedson, and the like. So if you got kids, go ahead and get them going. 6:31 in the morning. I will put this back up on the screen. This is the closest thing I can get to weather right now. Is the storm is already about north of Guam's latitude and continues to make a long northwest jog. So it's going to be going up well past the northern CNMI and into the northern islands of the Marianas. Kind of goat islands and places where there might be just a couple of families living because they don't want to live around people like you and me. I don't know what the deal is. At any rate, that's what it's looking like right about now. We'll see if we can scare up a little bit more of a formalized weather forecast. Otherwise, Zoom Earth is reporting that today's going to be cloudy and there's going to be rain. Daytime highs of about 86 degrees. About the same thing for tomorrow. Looks like the partly sunny skies might be returning by Sunday. Daytime highs 85, 86 degrees. My guess is what do you call it? The heat index is going to push things over about 90, 91 degrees over the next couple of days with about a 40 or 50% chance of rain falling on you. 6:32 in the morning. News and weather together, brought to you by Bank Pacific, banking on the Pacific for over 70 years. We'll take a break. Be right back.
At Guam Regional Medical City's Cancer Center, your care is our priority. We provide comprehensive treatment services tailored to your needs with compassionate support every step of the way. Our expert team specializes in hematology and oncology, delivers advanced radiation therapy, and offers personalized chemotherapy infusions in a comfortable setting. We also provide effective pain management and a full range of outpatient infusion services, including blood and iron transfusions. We're here for you, supporting your entire journey right here at home. Guam Regional Medical City, comprehensive cancer care close to home.
Real Talk Radio is back. The Ray Gibson Show. Morning talk that matters. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
Well, that's a fact. It doesn't get any realer than it is right now. Go ahead and let that music pop right up. Boom, 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 boom. Although that's not the real start of the program. It's not the real audio that we use. It's not the song, the Miko song, the Miko Monardo, Miko's theme. Do you see it up there? It might. Don't worry about it. So let me just tell everybody what's going on, and introduce you to the producer of the show this morning, who at last minute was able to roll out of bed, take care of the morning constitutional, and find his way to the office so that he could push the buttons on Real Joe's behalf. Jose Martinez is in the studio in the control room. Good morning, buddy. How you doing?
Good morning. This is not like riding a bike. I swear.
So here's the deal: is we're the only ones that know the program here, and so nobody has a script, and nobody that I'm aware of, nobody that's listening in the audience right now has a script. So don't worry about it. If we go into a break too early or too late, or the music is right, or the music the people don't know. They just want to.
I'll blame it on a Microsoft update.
Exactly. You know what? That's a good one.
It happens all the time.
Yes, that might have been. I don't know what the deal is.
That's
anyway,
my story.
I'm not going to say prayers for Joe, but I got a note from him early in the morning, talking about chills and fever and can't make it. I'm exhausted. I love you so much. I'm so sorry about all of that. So.
That's a rarity.
Yeah, and it is. I think in the entire time he's been the producer for the program, the only time he's been off was to bury his father and to actually go on trips or something like that. Anyway, so yeah, normally the guy is a rock, and so we'll obviously, if he's too sick to come to work, he must be really sick. Real Joe is real sick. So thank you very much for Jose, like I said, for coming in at the last minute. Don't worry about whatever the buttons that need, as long as the commercials get played.
Well, we're on it.
Yeah. That's the most important thing, is make sure all of the commercials are playing here this morning, so we can still get paid. Anyway, 6:36 in the morning. It is the Ray Gibson Show. Excuse the real mess here this morning, but we'll try to endeavor to make it as action-packed, as fun-filled as we possibly can. Jose is going to get the phone when you call. 888-825-888-TALK is the telephone number. Might be some movers and shakers and headline makers that we want to hear from this morning, although it seems to me that the only thing that people want to hear about is things that work. We want to know about things that are working here, because it felt odd yesterday. I was in my mind, I'm waiting for load shedding. It was such a hot day yesterday that I found myself going, any minute now I'm going to get that. I'm going to get the message in the email from the alarm system over at the house that tells me that the power is down, or maybe at the radio station that the power is down. There's not much you can do about it after that except to wait for an hour until it comes back on. I don't think anybody got load shed last night. Not 1,000% sure about that, but that I'm aware of. There was no load shedding. But while I was waiting for the load shedding announcements and the emails from the alarm system, I did get the interesting emails about how we needed to at my house, and they rescinded it a couple of times and re-released it because I think it was originally going to be Barragata as a boil water notice, but it listed all of these other villages, including MTM, and right about that time. I recall washing a cup in the sink, as I was raised to wash a cup when you're all done with it. And it occurred to me, wait a second, hold on, should I be washing the cup with this water here, or should I wait? Should I boil some water and then wash the dishes in that? What is it that I'm supposed to be doing? And then there were a couple of blurbs that went out that said that schools were going to be closed, and then there was a blurb that came out that said schools are open, effective right now. This is the voice of reason here, talking to you, moms and dads. No school closure. School operations to continue today following the GWA drinking water notice. Earlier, GWA issued a precautionary notice advising customers in the northern water system not to drink water without boiling it first, out of an abundance of caution. While a potential issue was investigated, the issue, E. coli, Hanum Taki, as Uncle Si is fond of saying, in the interest of student and staff safety, GDOE made the decision to close affected schools while the matter was addressed. Confirmed at 8:16 p.m. that the issue has been fully corrected. An alternate water source was provided. Distribution system samples showed no contamination at any point, and boiling water is no longer necessary in the affected areas. Are you sure? Are you sure you're sure?
Just give me a load shed.
Yeah. I was happy with load shedding.
I'm fine with that.
Oh, we got load shedding, we got Hanum Taki, and we got schools that are getting shut down left and right. Teaching and
Thank
Simon
God
Sanchez.
the phones are privatized.
So I just we'll just I want to hear about things that are working and that are online here this morning, and then I might go and take a look at some of the things. So again, here's how you contact the program here in the morning. 888-8255 888-TALK is the telephone number. 797-8255 is the meme machine, and I was using the meme machine here this morning to try to alert you to the fact that we were going to be starting later than normal. And I was gonna go to like Canva or something and put together, one of these kind of fancy little graphics or something like that, make it look all network newsy and TV and everything.
That's for housewives.
Yeah. And then I thought, why not do the sad bikini model holding a sign that says the Ray Gibson Show will be delayed today, so please stay tuned. And I was very specific about overcast skies and kind of make her look sad and make it look actually like she had just recently been crying after she got the news about the delayed program. I like that one. Her eyes are like super red in this one. Grok did an outstanding job. It's just the way we do, guys. It's just the way we do. Anyway, 797. If you've got some interesting things, maybe some Grok artwork that you've put together in the last couple of days, but there's the stuff that's out there, and there's the junk I'm pulling down from social media. Found this one here on a WhatsApp chat. It's enjoy Hanum Taki. Cook your Taki water, it says. And I don't know why, but there's a can of Spam next to that. But there's a glass with what looks like fresh, new Hanum Taki out there. Thank you very much. There are some creative souls out there, more creative than me. You guys deserve your Pika's best. But there was another thing that I saw in social media. And this was yesterday's sadness. Jose, I think you were in the audience yesterday and helped remark more than once or twice the sadness of the closing of the Sakura Noodle House, and that they were going to be closed at the end of the month unless a couple of things happen. And apparently a couple of things happened. I passed by there yesterday, Donna, and there was a crowd of people over at Sakura Noodle House, and your prediction came true. Donna said, oh, no, you know what's going to happen? Everybody's going to go there. Last chance to see earlier. And eat up all of the inventory, eat everything. And apparently they did. I got this blurb off of social media from Sakura Noodle House. Says, thank you to the community for your last visit. We have fully exhausted our supplies, and the restaurant will not be open after today, the 20th of August. Thank you, everyone, for 54 years. And with that, they take the bow, and that's it. No more Sakura Noodle House. If you were thinking maybe this weekend you'd go in for your last, whatever, yakisoba, apparently no more. They're all finished, and they have exhausted all of their supplies.
How many people thought of their minds, when was the last time I went? And I could have went more.
It's
been more than 5 years.
Well, I mean, it's the same. I don't want to equate it with something like it was the last time I talked to my dad, but I didn't know. I know it's too painful to think in those terms. It's a restaurant. It's not our folks, but for a lot of people, and in fact, there was somebody online that two or looked like 2 pages worth of golly, this is hard, because apparently she was one of those folks that went there all the time, went there with parents that are gone or something like that. It was almost spiritual the way that this person was letting go. It was like, a eulogy, if you will.
It's just a couple of years younger than I am.
Right?
I'm like, what?
For the Sakura Noodle House.
It's supposed to go away.
Well, I know people that, it's been there. It's like the Micronesia Mall. It's been there all of their lives, like Townhouse or something like that. Anyway, 6:43, lots and lots to get to. Oh, by the way, if you will, leave comments. If you're not going to call, if you're not going to meme machine, leave comments on the social medias. I'll be checking on the Facebook Live all morning long, and checking the troublemakers on the YouTube side as well. I might actually have. They're in here somewhere. I've pressed a couple of interesting buttons here, which make it a little tiny bit more complicated for me to see what's going on the YouTube side. But I will get that resolved as we move through the program. Donna D is going to take care of news and headlines through the course of the morning, and there are a couple of interesting things that are floating around. One of them is I think it's in the PDN. Patrick Lujan, who famously was recently arrested on assault charges, strangulation charges, and things like that, was given a piece of paper and a pencil and has put together a very, very interesting letter. I'm not going to read it. but it's Brother Pat's view from the inside of the Department of Corrections. The first part of it talks about why he did what he did, and to the degree that maybe his explanation will justify things in your mind, then that's fine. But then he starts talking about his experience in a couple of overnights. He's since been released, but a couple of overnights at the Department of Corrections. And it's an eye opener. It's an eye opener, and as he points out in there, there's a couple of life lessons, if you will, in some of that. So other interesting things that are in the table of contents. We'll get through that through most of what remains of the program here. Yesterday, it popped up. I found the story, so I want to go through it now. We were talking about hot foods, hot things. I forget why. I don't know if it has to do with snakes eating the birds, and that's why there's no more Doni Sali here. No, it wasn't anything like that. I made that up just now. But it's also true. There's a couple of interesting animal stories floating around. There's a retread of the story about how the snakes ate the birds, and now there's an explosion of spiders in the jungles in the boondocks. Yeah, you saw that story. Did you see the one about the frogs? Okay, apparently before Typhoon Bobby came out, and I might have a link to this story and put it up on the screen. Apparently, before one of the recent storms came through the area, there were a bunch of these, I don't know, scientists or something like that, and they went out and started collecting some of the endangered species of frogs that we have here, and then took them to the States. They're like the kingfisher. These little frogs now are like celebrities in some zoo or school out there in the States because they're Guam endangered species frogs. And I'm going, whoa, wait a second. We've got some of those? I wonder what they taste like. But anyway,
don't lick them.
Don't. I wouldn't lick any. No. Spicy foods may promote longevity, according to recent studies, particularly those containing capsaicin. Donna was talking about this. May enhance heart health, boost metabolism, and reduce inflammation, potentially contributing to a longer life. Gastroenterologist Savita, I'm not going to try to say that Indian last name, says the capsaicin interacts with the body's heat receptors, creating sensations of burning, do you think, that trigger protective physiological responses such as sweating and increased heart rate. I'm not sure. I probably have over in quieter moments on the program admitted to you that when I eat hot, spicy food, I sweat. And I don't know if it's the same as you, but I sweat on the back of my head. On the crown of my head, I sweat up there.
Yep.
And it's almost like to the point. If I take the napkin, I put it on my head, it comes out wet. And for members of my family, they're wondering if it's some kind of genetic throwback to Cro-Magnon man or something like that. I don't know what it is, but for me, that's where the sweat response comes from, is on the crown of my head. Increased heart rate is a part of it as well. Regular consumption of spicy foods has been linked to cardiovascular benefits. Research shows capsaicin may improve blood vessel function by promoting nitric oxide production, which helps lower blood pressure. I never heard of nitric oxide. Isn't that laughing gas?
That lowers blood pressure.
works for me at the dentist office. But that's the only time I'd ever heard of nitric. Well, maybe that's nitrous oxide. Nitric oxide, which I'm told is one of these things that, is supposed to be really good for your blood vessels. And there's 15 places on the internet that want to sell me a pill that is supposed to expand all of that and guarantee that I've got nothing but bubbles of nitric oxide floating through my system 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Anyway.
Birds have a carefree life.
What's that?
Birds have a carefree life, and they eat lots of pepper stuff.
They can't feel the heat.
Exactly.
Is the thing. So that's why they eat that stuff up all the time. If you go to the store, pet store, and you buy good bird seed, and for larger birds, there's lots of peppers in there, and people say, "Oh, isn't that bad for the bird?" And the answer is no. They like it, but they can't feel the burn. They don't have that receptor in their tongue.
What does it keep away here? Because it keeps away the squirrels in the States.
What's that? Peppers do?
Yeah, that's the reason why they put peppers in there. Because the squirrels like to eat bird food.
Yes, they do. And just as an aside, okay, Tracy from GPA says no load shedding last night. All right, that's cool. What were we talking about? As an aside, So I got a new cat. So I've got the old one-eyed cat, and I have a new little two-eyed cat, like normal cat. And she's just, she's just one of these little kittens that just all over the place and just into everything. And I found that the only way that I can keep her still is to go to a YouTube video of bird food. It's a pile of bird food. Somebody that has got this thing. They put a pile of bird food out there, and they stick a camera, and then they just video the wildlife coming and going, the birds and the squirrels and things like that, crows. And the cats love this. They sit there and love it. I was watching this like an hour yesterday, and the cats were just enthralled with it. Looking at the little kitten goes up, and she goes up to the TV, and she's looking at the thing, and the bird flies away, and she runs around to the back of the TV looking for where it went. It was just here. The bird was just here. I don't know what's going on.
My sister did the same thing with her kids. No, she didn't.
It's 6:50 in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show. All right, that's Jose, and he's got a sense of humor. We'll be hearing more about that as the program commences. In the meantime, what we like to do is the roll call. Do you know where the theme is? The theme from, what do you call it? Cheers. Maybe might actually even say that. Ha ha, he's got it.
Glad you came. You wanna be where you can see our troubles are all the same. You wanna be where everybody knows your name. You wanna go where people know people are all the same. You wanna go where everybody knows your name.
Okay, well, that feels normal. And as usual lately, getting into the roll call a little bit late, we'll start off with EOD Kaboom says, good morning, Guam, to everybody. And Friday Pickle, there's Smug Wimp online. Rainy weekend, probably going to be a rainy weekend. On the other hand, I don't know. This thing is moving so far north so quickly that it's possible that the wind field might not have enough time to develop. So much so that as it makes the closest point of approach to the North Islands, it might still be a small, compact storm. Well, let's see if we can find one of the Idlet boys to check in a little bit later on and see what they know about that. But anyway, so we got Stephen Blake is online. Buenas and half a day to Smug Wimp, saying good morning to all of his favorite Point Familia. Joey Kichitu is there. Bill Petit, we're all strong because of Eric Chong. Francis Duffy is there. Elizabeth Mendiola Kichitu says good morning, Ray, Donna D, and the Point family. That's okay. You can say good morning to Jose as well. Let me see. There's me chiming in to let you know what's going on. The Christine Oliver is going to be uncing into the weekend. Hoppa Joe Dizon, Carlene Harker. Good to see Ken Augustin is in the machine. So is Keenan McCausland from the upper left-hand corner of the United States of America. Chuck Hazard. Hey, you know that guy. Chuck Hazard. He says,
sir.
He says Friday is today. Thank you so much for the guidance there, my buddy. Let me see. Tony and Annette on Pinko. Adam, we don't have to do the thing. But, you know, Jose, I don't think we've seen the last. Dun, dun. Of Tony and Annette on Pinko Ada. Some say could be the next governor of Guam. And Tony Ada, if you are the next governor of Guam, day one, first day, god-awful, butt-ugly chain-link fence. I mean, I want you and whoever your new guy is over at DPW, you know, you guys don't have to do it. We'll just, you know what we'll do is we can sell some tickets. We'll sell tickets. It'll be like a fundraiser to reopen Sanchez. We'll sell tickets, and we'll have a little riser or something like that, a little gallery over on the JFK side, and we'll go out there and watch as they disassemble, pull the fence down from one end to the other, and then start popping all of the pipes out of the ground. And then imagine just how great that area is going to look. We'll have some guys follow in. We'll water blast the curb and paint the curb. We'll paint the concrete, make it a nice color, something trendy. Maybe we'll make it that same color red as they use in the sidewalks down in Tumon. Just pretty the place up. Can you imagine how much better that corridor is going to look once day one of the ADA and Calvo administration? Just saying, and if they don't win, then I'm going to insist that it happens day one of the Therese and Sabina administration as well, because I think that's a project that we absolutely need to get going. You saw her? I saw lots of people. I went to fair yesterday.
I was there, but I was late because I was doing my face for my headshot, so I didn't. I guess I missed you.
I was there, and I got a bunch of pictures. You can find them on my Facebook page, and I don't know if anybody's noticed yet, but whenever I'm in a picture picture with pretty girls. It's longer. The frame is longer. Before I switch to just random pictures
a video
that I've got, I make a video of it. Yeah, because I've got CapCut like everybody else in the world
did you
does.
vote for both categories when you were there?
I wasn't there for that.
Oh, you weren't? Oh, shucks.
Dre and Gloria Sonodo are online, and Chuck Hazard asking feed. Yes, still prepping the feed at that time. Loren Michelle is online. She has been all over Facebook posting her videos as well. Lots and lots of Valentine likes there. Joe Mesa, Zero Young, Alicia Duenas Anderson is online. Nate Horn, Joel Mangrobang, Hafaday, Sarita Garin says, Mabuhay maganda na maga to the point familia. Buenas and Hafaday to you. Okay, that's Balloon Smuggler 1 and 2 are online. Elizabeth Mendiola Kitsu, more from Jerome McDonald. Oh, no, he's only saying good morning to Loren here in this picture. Let me see. Every once in a while, Jerome, I will run with Lauren. Do you want me to see if I can get pictures of her feet for you? I don't know why I ask. I know the answer. Let me see. Lonnie Solis is there. Tattoo Shana Fujikawa Stickles hitting us up with 1, 2, 3 sips of coffee love. Andy Terlahi, buenas and half a day to you, my brud. Lonnie Solis. JB St. Nicholas says, good AM all and wishing everybody a Friday. Henry Manglotnia is there. And Simon Sanchez says, back on the air. Have a great Friday and weekend. Point Familia from the best prayer. Forgive us our trespasses as we forgive those who trespass against us. Imperfect humans produce imperfect results. I see that. Henry Manglotnia, like I said, is hanging out. Christine Oliver. Okay, everybody's now talking to each other. Brother Tedo is online. Morning lightning show offshore on the eastern side. It was a little bit of a lightning show this morning as I was making my way to work. I was on the Maga Gaga Highway coming into the office this morning, and just as a plane was leaving, I'm not sure if it was a PAL or if it was a United or anything like that, but it was lifting off, and as it was approaching this massive clouds, the clouds started to do this cloud lightning thing, and I thought, gee, I wonder if the pilots are thinking, okay, let's go, pour on the gas, we'll get through that cloud as quick as possible. Lonnie Solis is there. Bob and Connie Bartonico are in the machine this morning. Yeah, go Grand Masters. Sarita Garin, wishing everybody a good morning. Ken Augustin. Dona Mila Martinez says, good morning, my love. I miss you, Jose Martinez. What's all that about there, Jose?
What a wuss. Oh, wait.
Wait, that's Mrs. Jose that's on the thing. Sorry I had to pull him out of the house early this morning. Let me see. Hey, Real Jose, my friend, says Chuck Hazard. Get well, Real Joe. Okay, everybody going to be loving that. Pat Saho and others on that. I think we've just about got everybody here. James Schmidt. Does anybody know if during load shedding the outdoor lights at the Ukadu power plant go off? An awful lot of lights brighten up that place. You think they could turn off some of those lights to save energy during power sharing days? I think that might be a requirement. That might be an FAA requirement. The towers there might be tall enough that they have to have the banding, the red and the orange and the white banding, and then lights to signify, hey, pilot, there's something here. Yeah, that was epic, says Dona Mila about Sakura Noodle House. It's when Dad had a little bit extra. That was the place to go. Tattoo Shauna says, ew, frogs. Ken Augustin says, frog legs, escargot. I've had frog legs.
They're good.
No,
yes.
no, I'm sorry. Maybe it was the place that I got them. I was in New Orleans for a convention, and I went to a place, couldn't figure out where to go, and it was not too far away from the hotel I was staying at, and it had this big sign. I mean, it was a big, like the size of our building, just a sign, and it said best Cajun food in New Orleans. And you got in there, and it was like Mickey Gillies. It was just this big restaurant. I mean, it must have been able to take care of 400 or 500 people at a time. It wasn't a ballroom. It was a restaurant. And I walked in. I was just by myself, and they sat me down at a table, and I said, I'll just take the sampler. You know, first time in New Orleans, I want to try everything. Let me take the sampler. And so I'm eating the seafood, and you get the crawdads, and it was just really delicious. And I got to something that looked like fried chicken. And it looked like fried chicken, but it was kind of bent because it was the front.
It's a leg.
It's a leg. It's not a drumstick. Anyway, so I pick it up and it's wobbling around in there, but it was all dusted and fried, so I thought it was a chicken bone, and I bit into it, and it had this kind of weird gumminess on it
because it wasn't fresh.
What? Oh, ew.
That's my story.
Oh, my
I'll
God.
tell you another time.
Okay, one of these days. But it put me off, I think, for the rest of my life, frog legs. And don't get me started on escargot. I remember I was at a thing at the Hilton. This lady was running around, and she got this tray, and she got all these little finger foods on them. And I'm starting to pop these things. I'm going, this is terrific. What is it? She says, oh, that's our escargot, sir. And I'm going, oh, my God, I'm eating snails. And I had to excuse myself and go do what I think Joe might be doing now.
But you thought it was good, though.
Yes, that's the thing, but it was momentary. Anyway, Vince Polino and others. I'll check the YouTube guys and the troublemakers in just a little bit. I think I've got an incoming dad joke here. Oh no! Oh gosh! What do you call two octopus that look the same? Okay, I'll ease the suffering here, and the tentacle. When we'll sort out all the sound effects that will help with the embellishment here. In the meantime, it's 7:00 and time for Fox News on the Point.
Foiling a terror plot in New York. I'm Carmen Roberts, Fox News. The FBI arrests a New York woman on charges of planning to bomb the state capitol in Albany in an ISIS-inspired attack.
U.S. Attorney John Sarcone said Bowie is charged with providing material support to ISIS.
This defendant was radicalized online and spread messages of hate and violence.
FBI special agent in charge in Albany, Craig Tremoroli, quoted Bowie's intent to take down the building
and kill the senators while they're meeting.
New York Governor Kathy Hochul posted her gratitude on X for the arrest and said at this time there is no other immediate threat in Albany. Gernal Scott, Fox News.
Fox News has learned that federal agents seized electronic devices from former California Congressman Eric Swalwell at a San Francisco airport and searched his Washington, D.C. home.
Sources tell Fox this is part of the ongoing federal probe, possibly in relation to sexual misconduct allegations. Swalwell was cooperative during the airport encounter on Saturday and was not detained or arrested. The FBI is not commenting on this matter. Swalwell faces multiple allegations of sexual assault from several women.
Fox's Matt Finn reporting Swalwell denies the allegations. Secretary of the Treasury, Scott Bessent, is trying to calm the public and the markets as the national debt hits a record $40 trillion.
We're going to have to grow our way out of this.
And that tariff income will help.
With the Section 301 tariffs, I am confident that we will be back to the same level, if not higher, of tariff income for last year.
That didn't stop the sell-off on Wall Street, though. The Dow lost 704 points, or more than 1%. The Nasdaq slid 264 points. America's listening to Fox News.
KFC's $5 breakfast deals are the best and most affordable ways to start your day. The Colonel's Chicken and Rice Bowl, $5. Chicken fried steak, $5. Sausage, biscuit, and gravy, $5. And they all come with a fresh coffee. KFC $5 breakfast deals are served starting at 6 a.m. daily at your favorite KFC restaurant. KFC, it's finger-licking good. Got friends who still haven't switched to GTA? Now's the time to give them a nudge, because you can get up to $150 just for sending them our way. Refer a friend who signs up for a single service like wireless or internet, and you'll score $100. And if they go for a choice bundle, that's a cool $150 in your pocket. It's simple, it's sweet, and it pays to share. Visit GTA.net to start referring today. GTA, we start with you. Terms and conditions apply. Visit GTA.net for more information.
App, the Voices America trusts. Download it now.
CENTCOM says the USS George Washington is now operating in the Middle East, relieving the long-deployed USS Abraham Lincoln, which supported the Iran war for more than 200 days. Lincoln is headed back to San Diego. We're learning more about the busted cocaine ring involving several students at Penn State University.
Prosecutors say that they used Venmo, Snapchat, and also a Cash App in order to do these drug deals. You know, they may be frat boys, but the prosecutors say they ran a large-scale drug trafficking operation all on the campus of Penn State University, and the investigation is now widening. So far, authorities have charged 13 current and former students and a student's father with being part of this scheme.
That is Fox's Eric Shawn reporting. The state attorney general's office alleges the group made routine cocaine deliveries throughout Philadelphia and New York. Prince Harry and Meghan Markle are moving from California back to the UK. That news coming as a surprise to even King Charles. Fox's Greg Palcott has more from London.
They will shortly be back. Prince Harry, wife Meghan Markle, and children Prince Archie 7, Princess Lilibet 5. They're returning to the UK in the coming weeks to set up house outside of London. But last month's meeting between Harry and his family and King Charles and Queen Camilla was a warm one and perhaps a warm-up to this announcement. Still, Princes Harry and William are not talking with each other, and no word on whether security has been worked out for the Sussexes. The lack of protection for the family has been a big complaint of Harry. Sources say it was clear Harry was not happy in California, wanted his kids raised in the UK, and wanted to be near his father, King Charles, who is being treated for cancer.
And again, a sell-off on Wall Street. The Dow plunged 704 points. I'm Carmen Roberts, and this is Fox News.
Something is brewing from the island's favorite coffee. Now, you can enjoy the smooth, full-body taste of Mr. Brown coffee. Uncanned and freshly ground for a richer, more satisfying cup. You heard that right. Mr. Brown now comes fresh from bean to cup. However you take your coffee, hot or iced, Mr. Brown delivers bold and smooth, fresh taste in every sip. Premium refreshment, ready when you are. Freshly ground Mr. Brown coffee, now exclusively available at Circle K.
Guam, get ready. Wendy's Mandarin Chicken Salad is back. It's time to burst with flavor with the island's favorite salad. Fresh, flavorful, and island vibes in every bite. Made with mandarin oranges, crunchy almonds, crispy noodles, grilled chicken, and all tossed in that irresistible Asian sesame dressing. Don't miss the citrusy comeback everyone's been waiting for. Tangy, tasty, and totally refreshing, just the way you remember it. Swing by your nearest Wendy's location and grab your Mandarin Chicken Salad today.
Boss 104, Star 101, The Point, and Micronesia Mall present the 3rd Annual Home and Lifestyle Expo. Saturday, October 3rd from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. in the Micronesia Mall Center Court. Join us as we showcase an abundance of Guam businesses to help you buy a home and create a lifestyle that tailors to you. Booth spaces are available now, but hurry, they're filling up. If you're a business that specializes in landscaping, realty, furniture, home insurance, and more, call 671-888-RDIO. That's 888-7346 and ask for Doris, Daryl, Shanzi, or Michelle. For more information about the 2026 Home and Lifestyle Expo, don't hesitate to call us. 671-888-7346. See you soon.
The local news is brought to you by Triple J Tire Center. Need tires fast? Visit Triple J Tire Center with over 800 tire sizes in stock and Guam's only 24/7 roadside tire service.
Off at 7:07, I'm Donna DeJesus. Here's a look at your local news on The Point. An entire cell block at the Hagåtña detention facility has been placed under quarantine after a detainee was suspected of contracting tuberculosis. DOC confirmed yesterday that officials are actively managing the situation alongside public health and hospital agencies as a precautionary measure against airborne infectious diseases. The quarantine briefly impacted a federal trial after a scheduled witness was held in the affected housing block. But the chief judge confirmed by yesterday afternoon that the witness posed no health concerns, allowing the trial to proceed. Meanwhile, GPA warns that the island remains at high risk for load shedding until the end of the month. Ongoing repairs leave the Ukadu power plant generating electricity at less than half its capacity. Ukadu's steam turbine is offline while awaiting replacement springs arriving on the 25th. Recent rotating outages left residents without power on Sunday and Tuesday nights. GPA asks customers to conserve electricity during peak hours from 5 p.m. to 11 p.m. to help prevent further outages. More news after this.
Rainy season is here. Let the experts at Triple J Tire Center help get your vehicle rain ready with top brand tires like Continental, General Tire, Yokohama, Kumo, Omni, and Triangle. Over 800 sizes in stock. Buy 3, get 1 free deal plus 20% off, or buy 2 tires and get 15% off on all passenger and light truck tire purchases. Free gifts with every 4 tire purchase while supplies last. Call 649-TIRE or visit behind ITC Building in Tamuning. Guam's fastest tire service and the only 24/7 tire emergency roadside service. Special orders available. Triple J Tire Center. Customers first.
Boss, I got run over by a forklift.
Boss, I crashed a company truck.
What do we do? Our warehouse and inventory are gone.
Hi, this is Dave Silva from AB Risk Solutions, and it's time for Risk 101. Everything you just heard are examples of risk your businesses can face. Our job is to ask the hard what-if questions and teach you how to reduce your exposures and help you recover if things go sideways. We've got decades of experience in Micronesia working with businesses big and small. Call AB Risk Solutions today at 777-2668 for a free inspection and quote.
AB Risk Solutions, formerly known as Aon.
Candidates Tony Ada and EJ Calvo outlined a comprehensive tourism revitalization plan during a recent Lunch with Leaders event hosted by GW grad Genesis Babauta at Pono Grill. Their proposals include creating a dedicated chief of tourism and economic development position, reporting directly to the governor to unify government agencies. The candidates emphasized destination improvements centered around Chamorro culture and establishing new attractions like a sports facility, primarily for baseball, to boost sports tourism. Ada noted that post-pandemic tourism declines have cost Guam 10,000 jobs and over $1 billion over 6 years. And youth leaders are organizing a demonstration Sunday at the ITC intersection to protest ongoing delays in rebuilding Simon Sanchez High School. Public Works recently canceled the campus procurement after denying protests. Simon Sanchez students currently face online or packet learning after plans to share Tizen High School were put on hold when health officials closed Tizen due to health violations. Education oversight officials and community members are urging action to finally reconstruct the Jigo campus after decades of disrepair. And those are your top stories. Back to Ray with weather.
Is it me or just when you start talking about Sanchez, you just kind of tune out for a second? 'Cause it's like you just go, okay, are we reopening? Is there a guy? Do we start the construction?
Is this a replay?
Yeah. So, it's another Sanchez story. It's not opening. Okay, fine. All right. Yeah, we can weather with Ray for a second. 10 after in the morning. I'm just going to look at Zoom Earth and see in just what kind of great shape Guam is in right now as we're taking a look at the trajectory of typhoon. Is it typhoon? Yeah, I think it's still tropical storm Saudel at this time. But yeah, it's making its way as it's west northwest, but more north than northwest in through the area, and the cone of uncertainty is narrowing quickly, and it looks like Guam, Rototinian, and Saipan are going to get a pass on any significant windage that's going to be coming from this particular storm. It does look like it is going to be going typhoon by the time it makes its way to the North Islands, but it's not going to spend too much time in the Mariana Islands before it goes and bothers somebody else. Is there anything else out there that we need to look at right now? Not that I can see on my Zoom Earth. I'll keep an eye on it over the weekend, let you know if something bubbles up in the socials. But it looks like weather for today is going to be mostly cloudy in the forecast. About 86 degrees is the high end here for today. Tomorrow, 85 degrees. Partly sunny skies on Sunday and cloudy skies on Monday for those of you that are making your way through the weekend just like that. It's 7:12 in the morning. News and weather together on The Point.
Getting you back to the talk faster. It's the Ray Gibson Show.
Portions of the program brought to you by APL American President Lines, a global presence with a local home. Also being brought to you by Kim and Ron and all the beautiful people over at Security Title. And I don't know if you've had a chance to do this yet, but, we got restaurants that are closing down, but we got restaurants that are staying open for you with fresh on the menu every day. Talking about my friends over at California Pizza Kitchen. Swing by there, Agana or Tamuning, and check out the brand new menu with all kinds of brand new great favorites for you. I tried this, and it is absolutely crazy. It's Ciopino. I'm not sure if I'm saying it right. Maybe I got to put some kind of Italian accent. Ciopino.
That's the way to do it.
The Filipino is a rich coastal seafood stew featuring mussels and clams, salmon, shrimp, and frog legs. I'm kidding on the frog legs. I just want to see if you were paying attention. Simmered in a savory tomato basil broth with a garlic lemon wine, oregano finished with a fresh basil chiffonade, and served with a warm baguette bread for dipping. Check that out today. It's on the new menu over at California Pizza Kitchen, 7:13 in the morning. And I notice I'm looking. If you're hearing something different here this morning, a different kind of levels and energy, and hey, that we don't normally play that commercial there. It's because Joe is not here. Joe's is sick and he's taking the morning off. And at last minute, I was able to convince Jose that he needed to come in here and be a part of our Friday broadcast.
Yay!
Yeah, get to know the morning show by being a real part of it. So he's going to be over there pressing the buttons and answering the phone when you call it 888-8255-888-TALK. That's the telephone number around here. What did I get here from? Clearly one of your friends that says we need. Chuck Hazard says more Jose.
Well.
He's apparently he wants you to interject a little bit more.
Well, then let's just say this.
Go ahead.
Veterans with Benefits is going to be aired tonight, a special 2-hour program.
Very good.
We had to preempt it on Monday, and also the time I was gone.
Mm-hmm.
And Chuck Hazard is one of the prestigious veteran hosts
Yes,
of the
he
program.
is. Yes, he is. A delight. I thought I was the best-looking guy at the station. Apparently, I've got competition.
And he knows how to barbecue.
That part I had not heard. Maybe the post-show barbecue a little bit later on. But
starting at 5, though.
So 5 o'clock today.
5 o'clock
so
today.
5 and then 6 to 7. So 2 hours of Veterans with Benefits. And there's a lot to talk about. You know, I got a batch of, it must have been 100 pictures from the get-together that they had not that long ago, and all the speeches that were getting made. So that was pretty cool. But I'm noticing on the screen, normally Joe leaves it up there for a second and waits to see if I do anything with it. But yeah, we actually have a business report that's usually scheduled about 7:15 or so, and there is some interesting business that's floating around here. Don't look at the markets today. Don't bother with your 401ks. The Dow is back around 52,000. Actually, the number is 52,759 this morning. NASDAQ is off by 263 points. They're closed at 26,067. S&P 500 off by 66 points. That market closed down in the red by 66. FTSE is up by 4. Nikkei picked up 890. Not a bad day in Japan. Decent day in Hong Kong as well. Hang Seng Index is up 203. The Shanghai Index up 9.2. And the DAX is down by 108. Some of the other numbers, and it's been a while since I've done this, so it's kind of interesting to see where some of these numbers are going. I got gold at 45.75. That's up by about $30. Silver at $68.13. And that's up by $2.30. Where is the rest of the market? Where's the rest of the stuff go? Where's the oil? There it is. $88.15 for a barrel of West Texas crude. That's the American Standard, up $2.32 here this morning. I don't like that number, but things still unstable in the Straits of Hormuz, unfortunately, and I don't know when that's going to unravel. You realize that we're up on 6 months now since the start of since Epic Fury first started, and I remember being the guy on the radio, and when I'm right, I'm right. When I'm wrong, I'm right too. But in this case, I was. It's not that like a forever war yet. But it is 6 months old. I was thinking that we'd go in there, we send in the SEALs and the Rangers and the school and the Boy Scouts, and we'd be out of this thing in about 15, 20 minutes, 15, 20 days. But it didn't work out like that, and there is still a lot of pressure on West Texas crude and a lot of other of the energies that we get and things that we get from that area. What we've done in about 6 months is figured out how else to get oil out of that region without having to go through the Straits of Hormuz, whether it's through a pipeline or whether it's through going out in the other direction and seeing what we can get done that way. 717, who's on the phone?
Dr. Vince Akimoto.
Dr. Akimoto. All right, we'll come your way in just a second. I wanted to go over the Forex. For those of you that are getting on airplanes this weekend, if you were headed to South Korea, 1394, which is a little bit better than yesterday. So you get a little bit more won in exchange for your greenback. If you're headed to the Philippines, am I allowed to say that there's going to be another one of these sales coming up? Ooh, wait. I might not have been. I recorded a commercial yesterday for Philippine Airlines, and they're going to do another flash sale. I don't know the exact dates, and I don't know all of the details. I'll see what I can find out for you this morning.
Operators standing by.
The operators will be standing by at Goodwin Travel. 61.8 pesos against the greenback, and again, that's a little bit better than yesterday. They seem to be stuck at 61. Has something to do with the GDP, but I'm not smart enough to figure that out. If you're going to Japan, 159 yen to the peso these days. It was lingering up around 160, 161 not that long ago, but it seems to have settled down a little bit. So that's where that is if you're getting on an airplane and going somewhere. 7:18 in the morning. I don't know what your weekend plans are, but hopefully if you've got some time to hang out over the weekend, maybe you can swing by and show some support and love for all of the students of Guam, but in particular students from Simon Sanchez. Vince Akimoto has been advocating quietly and not so quietly for those students for some time. Good morning, Doc. How you doing?
Hey, I'm pretty good, Ray. It is Freaky Friday, right? So we have to stay upbeat as we go into the weekend, and support all the kids because it looks like it's almost a high school festival of protest this Sunday. Not just Simon Sanchez, not just Teason, but also Southern High School, also JFK, and probably all the other schools. They're all going to want to get together to support each other.
I think they should. I think they should. I think all the parents should as well.
You've been calling for it, and I think the kids are listening. So, Viva Ray Gibson. Yesterday it was a very confusing couple of hours when there was a notice that said that the schools were closed, and then I guess miraculously the schools were not closed. And I think in between that time, they figured out how to take the taki out of the water in Manila and Barragata.
And MTM, et cetera.
Oh, yeah, your house, too.
Mm.
But it was great, but it felt like it was very unnecessary given all the other problems that the community was already dealing with load shedding and the internet going down in GovGuam portals and, any number of other problems that Governor Liu hasn't fixed yet. And she's really not said anything except that, Patrick Lujan's a bad person. So now that she's been able to turn Patrick Lujan into a martyr and almost like a John the Baptist, St. Paul and Jesus sort of, heroic figure after she threw him into prison, into misogyny prison, almost alleging that he had beat up a woman.
It made it sound like that, didn't it?
Well, she did send in a woman to do a man's job. And so Carl de Leon Guerrero may not be the state clearinghouse person or whatever the heck, SHPO. But that's the thing. We didn't ask Governor Liu to do her only official act be to, berate and try to demonize Patrick Lujan. We asked her to come forward and explain to the children of Guam and the families of Guam, does the water have taki in it? Is the power going to be, reliable? Can we access the GovGuam portal with any reliability so we can leave, snarky messages? Is there anything in the government that isn't broken, Governor Liu? You're inadvertently giving the State of the Island address by letting Ray Gibson read the news. So the call out today is for Governor Liu to step up. She has, I think, 7 hours. No, actually still 8 because it's not 8 o'clock yet. She has all day to address the people of Guam. 1, to apologize to Patrick Lujan, and then 2, tell us, then apologize to the rest of us because this island sucks. I mean, we've been saying it, and people were giving us a hard time for using bad words, but now it really is manifesting itself physically in your face. And it is Happy Friday, so we're happy that at least there's no children in the water in Jigo. Although that's another issue that, thank you, GWA, for reminding us that it was never resolved. Apparently there is dildrin in the water. You're just filtering it out, but you're not telling us if the filters work. And those filters have been running nonstop for, I think, the last 9 months. It's actually almost a year since we realized it was contaminated.
Simon should be on about 7:40 this morning, and he'll give me a sit rep, and we can ask about that.
Well, and maybe Levin Camacho can come on, and you guys can do a phone conference, because Levin's the one suing Simon.
Perhaps.
Okay. Well, that's it for today.
That's
I mean,
it?
if you can get the governor on to do a teleconference, then everything can be fixed in one morning.
You suppose? Well, I think there's going to be. Here's what I know from this administration over the last 8 years. And it's not just this administration. There's many other parts of the government that have done it like this. Is when you're confronted in situations that make your constituency, the voters, the taxpayers angry, the people angry. It's there is admit nothing, deny everything, make counter accusations, or blame cast. So I think that's what we could expect from any statements coming out from these guys. It's not our fault. These are autonomous agencies. I'm merely the governor of Guam. These autonomous agencies don't respond to me. They're on their own, and we help them out when we need to, or they help us out when we need to. But otherwise, GPA is on its own, GWA is on its own, etc.
Then what would Theresa Lai do? What would Tony Atta do? And so since Governor Liu's essentially running away from her job, and then I guess the people of Guam have spoken, then what is Theresa Lai going to do any different if she's so smart? And then Tony Atta, if he's so smart, what is he going to do different? Because this is the time for them to compare and contrast. They can't just smile at us and wave at us and tell us it'll be better tomorrow. It needs to be better today.
Well, the snark in me will say, well, you know what? One of you is the vice speaker of the legislature. One of you was the speaker of the legislature for all of this time. And so I'd like to know, first of all, what their record of improvement was, or their attempts at improvements in the legislature, and how perhaps as governor they might be able to sort it out and achieve some of these improvements, and the people of Guam might see some progress.
That's why we listen to you every day, right?
Buddy, I'll talk to you pretty soon. Have a great weekend, man.
Bye-bye. All
right, 888-825-5888-TALK. It's funny because, sometimes I'm listening to Dr. Akimoto, the ombudsman, and the guy on the radio who occasionally has an opinion about things. But then there's other times where I'm like, this is my doctor, and he gave me a thing for a blood test, and I've been lazy to get it. I've been lazy. No, it's one of those blood tests. You're a man of a certain age. You know what's involved.
Yep.
And it's one of those things where I've got to fast before they draw the blood. And so, but I also want to go running, and so I'm trying to sort out, how I can go and get a 5-mile run in, then go over to American Medical and have the lady put the thing in the gizmo.
You're tilting the scales.
Yeah. What can I have? Should I just have water? What is that? Aryu Kaduku saying progress. What's the Chamorro word for progress? Jesse's still digging to the bottom of it. He did his oversight with blinders on. Says Catherine loves 671. It started. For those of you that want the unblemished conversation, sometimes that takes place over on the YouTube side. We've got and I haven't gone over the roll call on that one. Perhaps I'll do that before too much longer. There's the regular folks that are saying good morning. Frenchie is in the machine. Lupang, Guam. Yesterday, the bus shelter nearest Proa had 10 clothes hanging on it, jeans and shirts and towels and several pairs of socks, all neatly lined up on the bench. The clothes dryer bus shelter with the beautiful ocean views. It used to be more of a better ocean view, but they let the swordgrass grow up a little bit too high back there. And it seems, it seems to me Carl Gutierrez had a great idea. I wish there was somebody that could follow through on it, but you got all these people that are land banking down in Tumon, and I think as they are land banking, and I think that what they need to clear off, or at least turn into these properties into some kind of useful green space, even if you're just looking at it. Swordgrass and Tangan and all of that stuff. I'm not sure if that puts out the right message to all of these things. For no other reason, I want to be able to see the ocean without having to stand on top of the deal. I've actually got pictures of some of that stuff. People have been sending them to me because they know I will do something about it. My buddy JB was out doing his constitutional this morning, and we got a new character, new guy. I don't know, is another plane. A judge put somebody on an airplane out to Guam not that long ago, so we got a new guy down in Tumon.
It's the is it live or is it Memorex?
It looks like that in this one, right? You're waiting for the guy to the butler to come up with the cassette and all of that, and so he's got this little beach chair, and he's up and down, different places down in Tumon. Looks like I'm trying to figure out which cafe he's across from right now. And he just kind of sits there cross-legged watching the world go by. And hi, I'm just a homeless guy just hanging out. There's others in the mix. This is the bus shelter that they're talking about now down in Tumon, and it's one of a couple of GRTA bus shelters. I don't know if I've ever seen a GRTA bus down there, but there are several GRTA bus shelters down there, and this one here usually has a guy. And I want to say it's either him or somebody else. They all look the same to me. But I want to say the guy that is using this one here he's kind of cool, kind of mellow. Every once in a while, there's a guy that hangs out in that one, and he starts shouting profanities at the runners and the walkers and the tourists until somebody moves him along. There's another guy. I think he's got a name. I think they know him by name, like Mr. Ron. I think is the guy's name. Somebody's making reference to him. He looks like he could be related to Jeff over at Pirates Cove. You know, he's got this white beard, and he doesn't look like he's homeless. I know where he sleeps because I'm in Tumon all weekend long, and so I know where these guys go, and I know what the patrols are. So sometimes he sleeps in a GRTA bus stop right next to the PIC, and other times he hangs out over at the pavilion over at EPAL Park. It's just kind of interesting, and the problem is they're visible homeless, and that's distressing anywhere that you see it. But there's so many visible homeless down in Tumon. That's where the cash register rings, and I don't understand. I'm sure Regine wants to do something about it, but where are the other departments and agencies that are supposed to be helping out?
And it seems like there's caravans of them now. Large groups other than individuals or even couples.
Yeah.
I've seen, they're not families. They're just...
We just rove around together. So
exactly.
Hang out in Agania when it's feeding time. And there's a steady procession back and forth. I think somebody is feeding them in Tumon. I think there might be somebody that might be, I know, it sounds terrible to say, there's somebody down there that's
feed them, you own
meals.
them.
Yeah, if you take them home. Take them home if that's what you're going to do. If somebody in a hotel feels bad for them and you're giving them food out of the back of the kitchen, they don't go too far away from the hotel. And so they're staying around the hotel. If you want to take care of these guys, give them a room. Feed them, give them a room, get them cleaned up, give them a room for a couple of days, and see if we can dry them out enough so that they might be able to go someplace and get a job for themselves. I don't know how to solve this problem, but something worth talking about anyway. You got the telephone numbers, 888-8255, 888-TALK. I have got this one here. Who sent it to me? Hold on a second. Masarap is sending me information that you might need this weekend. What's the price of a gallon of gasoline outside base, Jose?
That's I don't know. I filled up before I left.
Oh, that was a couple of weeks ago.
6 something.
And you're still on. Are you still on that tank? Good job. Good job.
Still.
$5.78, I think, is the price for a gallon of gasoline on our side of the fence. And Masarap sending a note this morning that says effective tomorrow at the auto ports and the exchange, regular gasoline for our men and women in uniform and our veterans, $4.17 per gallon. And the price for premium is $5.14 a gallon. And for those of you that can't make up your mind, the mid-grade there, they actually have is $4.70 a gallon. And the price of a gallon of gasoline on one side of the fence versus the other side of the fence. And I don't know what secret magic powers they use on base to keep those prices low. I sure do wish we had that on the other side of the fence. Yeah, at 7:31 in the morning, Jose, we got to jump into news and headlines with Donna D. This one here being brought to you by the guys over at Burger King. On Monday, we will start asking you for votes for Pika's Best. I will ask you for a vote for Pika's Best radio personality and best radio station. And BK is going to be asking you for the best place to go and get a Whopper, American burgers, American food, drive-thrus, and that kind of thing. Also being brought to you by Hoffaday Realty. Send them an email, ask them questions about buy, sell, and rent, and maybe even managing your real estate. You can reach them at hoffadayrealty@gmail.com. Now, with the news and the headlines, here's Donna D. Donna, what's going on?
Okay. I got confused. A 1-year-old girl died following a fatal auto accident on Pulantat Road in Zonia yesterday. Guam Fire Department medics responded around noon and transported the toddler to GMH where she succumbed to her injuries. GPD is actively investigating the case. Meanwhile, GDOE confirms schools resume normal operations today. Schools in Barrigada, Laddie Heights, MTM, Manila, Route 15, and Jigo were previously closed as a precaution after GWA issued a boil water notice. GWA confirmed the issue is fully corrected with no contamination found, allowing classes to resume. And the Guam Election Commission will hold its regular meeting September 10 at 5:30 at the GEC conference room in Tamuning. The meeting will also be live streamed on the GEC website. Guam is now 74 days from the general election. Homebound voting begins on the 5th of October. Early voting starts on October 8th and runs Tuesday through Saturday from 10 to 6 at the West End. The last day to register to vote is October 19, and the deadline to request an off-island absentee ballot is October 31. And those are your local headlines. Back to Ray.
Yay, we're going to have another election here soon. Yay, 7:33 on the Ray Gibson Show. Still lots on the table of contents. As I said, expecting a call from Simon Sanchez. I think he's doing his morning constitutional this morning, so we'll catch the breathless Simon Sanchez, give us a sit rep of what's going on with our utilities from the perch of the Consolidated Commission on Utilities. Coming up next, we'll see what we can find out what's going on in traffic. Stay right there.
Get your hands on our new Chicken Club sandwich. Made with our classic original chicken patty, fresh lettuce, creamy mayonnaise, and red ripe tomatoes, 2 American cheese, 4 crispy bacons on a warm toasted sesame seed steak bun. Make a large combo meal with french fries or onion rings and a refreshing Coke Zero. BK's new original Chicken Club combo now available all day. Tumon Bay, Micronesia Mall, Hagutnya, and the airport. For all your real estate needs, call the professionals at Hoffaday Process. No worries. Just contact Hoffaday Real or 5 or email them at hoffadayrealty@gmail.com. They're at 426 Challenge San Antonio, Suite 204 in Tamuning. Open Monday through Friday, 10 to 4. Hoffaday Realty for all your real estate needs.
I got it 7:34 on the Ray Gibson Show. And that's also Beyond the Box time. BTB, first floor of the Micronesia Mall. They got all kinds of cool technology here that will enhance and improve your digital life. We've been talking about all the different mechanisms and means and tools that they have for you to do one important thing, and that is to keep your phone charged. Keep your cell phone charged. Keep your iPad charged. Keep everything going. And they've got from small all the way up to pretty big. And if you're interested in taking a look at it, you know, I got pretty good in the aftermath of Ba-V, where I think I've got 3 things that I currently use to recharge that need charging themselves. And so I got pretty good at bicycling them and making sure, okay, this one's got a charge, and I plug it into the phone, and then that one's going to have a charge for a little bit later on. And it was this whole process that I went through. But I'm not going to say I was happy that they load shed the other night. And I might have mentioned this before, just a little bit of low-key bragging on my part. I was able to luck into an EcoFlow. Yes, on EcoFlow.
Okay.
Yes, you're
load shedding has a different perspective
for me. It sure does. It absolutely does. So I don't have too much attached to it. I've got let me see, John Ananich's old refrigerator. It's a little small, like a dorm refrigerator, and my Starlink. And that's all I need. That takes care of the 2 requirements in my life. Because if I've got Starlink, then I'm on the internet and I can doom scroll. I mean research. And then if I've got a refrigerator, then I've got some place to keep my water and my beer cold and my soft drinks, my milk.
Your fridge is too small.
Yeah,
you need to get a bigger Ego line.
It's phosphor. You know, you can add. So I got the cord for the solar panels, and if the weather's nice this weekend, you might see me up on the roof running some wires and doing an installation for the solar panels, and then I will be my own little GPA. It's just enough. Gibson's Power Authority. Do I have a CCU guy on line 1? Simon Sanchez in the machine right now. Buenos and Hoffaday, Si, how you doing?
I'm good, Ray. So you want to make your own power?
Yes, and I'm using solar,
Yeah, well, today's a lousy day to make solar, and when it's raining for 3 days, you ain't going to make a lot of solar. So that's why you better have some conventional generation, which is what GPA does. We blend both conventional. For those people that think we're going to be 100% carbon free, I I'm going to respectfully disagree. I think, especially in an isolated grid.
Nope.
And I was just reading how the Big Island of Hawaii is still going to be 3 weeks from 100% restoration from a drive-by hurricane, just like we had in Sinlaku. When you're in an isolated grid and you cannot bring in power from Canada or from Nebraska, the redundancy you have to invest in raises the cost of power because you can't run an extension cord. And as you know, you run a business and you have to do certain things. All of us in business in Guam have to do certain things in Guam that you don't have to do on the mainland because you can just call a provider down the street, across the state, and say, truck it over, and you'll have the part. But here, you have to have redundancy, and redundancy has costs. And that's why your advertising per minute rate is a little bit higher here than it is in other places because you live in Paradise West, and it costs a little more to live in Paradise West. And yet, this is our home, and we work real hard in the roles that we play to try to make it a better place.
7:38 in the morning. Well, yes, well said, well said. I do want to sit at the same side of the table as many of our listeners, your friends, and they have been expressing to me their frustrations. And you heard Vince Akimoto a few minutes ago talking about the situations these days, just kind of looking around and saying, what works here anymore? And so you've got folks that are frustrated because we're all waiting for, the Ukadu plant to go online and hoping that was going to do something with the prices. We know that the world events in the world have impacted that now for the worse in the opposite direction, the ratepayers' wishes, unfortunately. And then on top of that, they get slapped with load shedding, and that's a pain on top of pain. I know there's not too much that you can say to alleviate any of that, other than just it is what it is.
Well, let's take it in pieces. The LEAC was the lowest it had been in 5 years in January. And the LEAC today is still the lowest that it has been in 3 years. And that's because Ukadu uses less fuel. And EPA said, you better shut down Cabras, which we have, which was very fuel inefficient, among other things, and too many emissions. So the power bill would have been higher without Ukadu. Ukadu's challenge right now is it's only producing half of its capacity. It should produce around 200. It's only producing 90 and 100. And they expect to have that fixed, getting the part and installed by the end of the month. So as I shared with you privately, we're still going to be at risk for load shedding on a real hot sunny day until that part is installed. But, as you recall, the Chamber of Commerce, all the saying, privatize GPA, sell it, or at least do public-private partnerships. Well, Ukadu is a public-private partnership. So is PD 8 and 9, and that burped last week, which contributed to the load shedding. But that's back online with our private partner. We own it, but our private partner still runs it, which is good, right? And Ukadu, they've got $650 million at risk. You don't think that they're scrambling around to try to get this thing fixed because they don't get paid for not producing power, right?
Right. Yes.
And so everybody's kind of in it together. And in Ukadu, at least, we are benefiting from a lower LEAC, and once that thing is fully operational, it'll really help hedge against the rising cost of oil because it uses less oil than Cabras. And that's a good thing, and we are benefiting from that even at the half capacity.
Noted. But it still feels bad when you got to go through load shedding, and the next morning your GPA bill comes in, and it's significantly higher than you expected.
True. I guess. I mean, our power bill at the company and at the house reflected the loss of power. So I'm not sure what that means, but.
No, people are telling me about their power bills and how much higher it is these days. And I try to remind them, with my little miniature CCU hat from time to time, hey, listen, it's the summer months. It's hot here. The kids are out of school, and so the air conditioner is running it all over the house, and it's hot, and you need to go and do something about the roof, and all this demand side management. People forget how hot it is in the summer, and even though you've still got the air conditioner at 74, 75, it's still struggling to keep it at 74, 75, even harder. It's working harder to maintain even what you consider to be conservative. So, and then there's that, with a conversation about load shedding. Please conserve. I'm conserving as much as possible. I'm barely turning the air conditioners on until I can't take it anymore or until I got to go to sleep. And I've gone to sleeping in the smallest room in the house with the coldest air conditioner because I can use that one without directing a whole lot of rotations of the meter. Let's talk about the water situation as well. What was your understanding about the E. coli and the Hanamtaki that was discovered and then sorted out so quickly?
Yeah, so one of our 90 wells, after the heavy rain that we had 2 days ago, right, all that surface runoff goes into the aquifer, and that one well, when it pumped up from the aquifer, pumped up some surface water, E. coli, that had gotten into the aquifer at that well. It was just one well, right? So as a precaution, they go boil water notice, let's not use it, and then DOE decided to shut down the schools. But then we talked with GIPA, and we said, hey, let's just turn off the well, right? And we have enough water elsewhere. And the E. coli never got into the distribution system. It was at the well, right? So you're pulling aquifer water, which is going to have stuff in it. You stick it in the well where you chlorinate it to kill the stuff, right? And when it came out of the tank, there was no E. coli. But to be cautious, because it was at the well, even though it wasn't in the distribution system, GWA said, let's shut it down.
Yeah.
That's just being cautious, right? And then we realized, hey, we can still serve the community by just shutting off the well until it's cleaned out, and we expect it to be cleaned out in 24 to 48 hours. And so by Saturday, that well is expected to be back online. And luckily, it was done quickly enough, and GWA and DOE worked together that we rescinded the boil water notice with the approval of GIPA, and DOE rescinded the school closure notice with the approval of DOE.
Right.
That's why our kids are able to go to school.
Which
I'm
finding out.
it was an isolated event in one well.
Yeah, the interesting thing is I'm finding out from the media chat that the closure of the schools was never approved by Judy Wanpat. So
I spoke to Judy. I spoke to Judy last night. She never said I didn't approve that. In fact, she was already in touch with GWA. So I don't know if that's fake news or what. But when I spoke to Judy, she didn't mention it, and she was taking full responsibility for making the decision, at least from my phone call, of closing and then reopening the school. And by the time I hung up, it was already out there.
Check your sis. I think that's what I think.
Well,
like I said.
Okay, whatever.
I'm just saying it's an aside, but from what I read on the chat, it made it sound like she did not approve the closure of the schools. You're telling me something completely different.
Well, she surely didn't mention that. She didn't talk when I spoke to her. And I mean, there's chat and there's talking to the person.
Mm-hmm.
And the person, Judy Wanpat, last night didn't say, although that wasn't our topic, that I didn't issue the press release. She clearly was aware that the schools were being closed. And then she told me we've just issued the press release to reopen them.
Right.
So is that fake news about whether she did or didn't? Does it matter at this point? The schools are open.
Yes, the schools. Indeed, the schools are open. But I think for a lot of parents, it might have been a little bit confusing, and even as a resident, because there's so many times that the notice was issued and then rescinded, and a new release had followed, and I wasn't sure exactly. And thank you very much. I appreciate your sit rep here, knowing now that there never was any E. coli in the water at my house. So any of the water that I've been filtering and sticking in the refrigerator, I can keep. I don't have to throw any of that stuff out or boil anything. I appreciate that.
Yeah, and people forget, and I don't expect them to remember this anyway. Water has stuff in it. Even God's water, when it falls on the land and gets into an aquifer, if you're lucky to have an aquifer like we are, there's still stuff in it. That's why you chlorinate, right? So, and even the stuff, now with bottled water, we're not supposed to drink from bottled water. All this stuff comes up. PFAS that we used to have in all the frying pans, now you're not supposed to have that. It's we're learning. Sometimes I think we learn too much, right? Our parents and our grandparents survived much tougher conditions, right, than we're going through. And I was listening to your sister Patty, and I was teasing you on that show. I think Ray had some show shedding. Right. But, E. coli happens in life. Right. It happens. And the challenge of life is, what do you do when it happens? And you got two choices, make the best of it or moan and groan and criticize and yell. But, I find it's better to make the best of it, think positive, and work to solve the problem.
That's why I waited
crying about it.
That's why I waited till No Frowny Friday to talk to you.
Yeah, well, and I'm always reminded, you've heard me say this, and the listeners have, I said, as my dad reminded me when I come home and from a week like this week with the utilities, he said, son, you volunteered. So I volunteered. I get it. I'm grateful for the opportunity to serve, and I'm going to still try to make things better because I refuse to believe that we can't be a better place And that's what I've been working on for the last 24 years, and there still remains a lot of work to be done. And I'll do it as long as the people will have me.
One last utility deal, this one, water. If you heard Dr. Akimoto a few minutes ago, he was talking about expressing concerns about the deodorants. We are filtering that stuff out, but is it still present? And how often are they changing the flocculators or whatever technology they're using for the filtration?
Well, it's the same rules as E. coli. You're testing the water regularly. And if it's in there, you shut down that well. But we were already spending $250 million to build a system to clean out PFAS, and it will also clean out the deodorant. But as we were reminded by the public health lady from the U.S. that testified months ago, deodorant was legal. So don't be surprised that it's present on Guam. The question for us is, why did it suddenly emerge at the level that it emerged in the last decade? And there's lots of speculation, lots of research. It was in the northern wells. There's been a lot of construction up north. Did something get overturned? But it was already legal to be here. So we shouldn't be surprised that it pops up. And when it does, you shut down wells or you mitigate it. And we're going to spend $250 million to mitigate PFAS, which none of us knew about 30 years ago, and deodorant, which we did know about, and yet it was legal for a long time. We're spending ratepayer money to take that out of the water so that it's safe to drink. And it's not an inexpensive process, but we better do it. We've got to make sure that water is safe to drink.
And then there's there's litigation so that we can recover the expenses of doing all of that.
We'll see how that goes. I mean, some of that is, my grandson died from cancer and he lived in Jigo, but it wasn't from deodorant. So we have to be careful that just because you have something, was it because of deodorant, right? And that's the, it's a very challenging issue because when it comes to your personal health, I mean, it's everything, right? And yet it's not always because of something that you thought it was until you finally verify what really caused it. And sometimes it's not what you think it was, right? And so, in this case, our job at GWA is to take the deodorant out of the water in the same way we're taking the PFAS out of the water, and we're spending $250 million of ratepayer money to do just that. But I'm sure ratepayers are while they don't like the $250 million, they'd rather, if that's the price to make sure your water's safe to drink, then that's the price we got to pay.
10 away from the top of the hour. Simon, can I ask you to switch hats while I got you on the line, and let's talk about something that you and I have talked about many times. You're actually in a position that you might be able to do something about it with a group of other concerned citizens in a tourism group that is not the GVB, that is not the GHRA. I always forget the name of it, so you can throw that in there. But there is a lot of talk. I mean, we're now the fourth month with negative numbers in terms of arrivals, and there's we are in a real delicate situation and have been for some time in the hospitality industry. How much longer do you think this is going to last? And do you have any other ideas? Do you and your group have ideas that we might be able to put into place immediately to take care of things? I mean, we got to clean the place up. Obviously, we got to do something about the homeless and the Sakimalanyas that run around in Tumon. We got to do something about the fact that the place looks faded. It looks like a postcard that's been left outside for too long. Those are my thoughts this week about tourism. What are yours?
I mean, that's the list, right? A very accurate list, right? And we have to rebrand. I think if we're going to stay in the tourism game, we have to make Guam attractive for all the things you just said, right? And to make Guam a place you want to come to because it's unique and special. And we are unique and special, but we need to ramp up the way in which we tell that story and make ourselves attractive, and then do all the other things like, GVB isn't the cleanup department, and GVB isn't the lower the power to bill department, which makes it tough on hotels and businesses. And it's tough for a hotel to reinvest in its property when they don't have any visitors, right? But Guam went through a major rebranding in the 70s. Well, it started tourism in the 70s. Then it went through a major rebranding in the late 90s. And we need to rebrand now if we're still going to stay in that industry. And I think we should. We're still a beautiful island. We're great people. We have a great story to tell. But it's not getting out there. And we need to work collectively together to figure out how do we clean up the island, rebrand to attract visitors that are now more independent, we have to be more competitive in other destinations that people can go to because they can make an individual decision. They're not making a group decision. They're going on Facebook. They're going on social media. So the whole process, the whole way that we do tourism has to get into the 21st century, much like, you and I talk about John Anderson brought talk radio to Guam, and yet you and Patty, you're on multiple platforms. You're dealing with social media and multiple platforms, and you've taken it to the next level. You've changed. You've changed with the times because you have to if you're going to survive. And that's what we got to do with tourism. It's going to be a collective effort. It's going to be one of the biggest challenges of whoever's going to be the next governor. And when I look at what Tony and EJ are saying, and Teresa and Sabina are saying, they're saying the same thing. We need to rebrand. We need to celebrate our uniqueness. We need to clean up the island. All true. All got to get done. And maybe someday that chain link fence will even go away. That'll make me really happy.
Well, it's not great. It'll make me happy because it's something I've been crowing about for decades now, since the Camacho administration, when they put that up because they were afraid to talk to teenagers and tell them they couldn't cross the road. So they put up a chain link fence to prevent them from having to be parents at any rate. But it will improve the look of the island, Simon.
But that's why there's crosswalks and lights like that. Because if one kid gets killed, then the argument about the green fence is irrelevant.
Right? Does it always need to be a green fence? You've been around places where they don't want pedestrians to go from one side to the other. What do there? They got planters, they got walls. They've got all kinds of other stuff that prevents people from moving from one place to another. And like I said, it's no longer necessary because the students down there are under control. They're supervised by the parapros over at JFK and on that campus.
I'm not sure about that. I was just at the stoplight and watched 3 humans run the red light. So just because you get humans around other humans doesn't mean nothing. E. coli is not going to happen, right? Humans are imperfect. You're going to have imperfect results, and sometimes the way we try to mitigate the badness, we'll have a healthy disagreement on how to do it. I'm with you.
Let's take down the ugly fence and put up a pretty fence. Let's find some. What would Singapore do? What would Vietnam do? What would Bali do? What would Thailand do?
It would take down the green fence.
Amen to that. Amen to that. 7:54, Si. It's always fun talking with you. I hope I see you soon. Hugging a kiss through Auntie Lou. Not you, Auntie Lou.
Thank you so much, and thanks for what you do.
All
Keep it up. Sorry for the you had some show shedding this morning.
Yep.
I'm glad you and Jose got it back up. And Dr. Donna B., congratulations on your accomplishments. Well done.
She's already going to vote for you. It's all
right, my brother.
Okay, I'll see you soon. 888-255. 888-TALK. Well, Simon was talking a little bit about the hospitality industry and what we've got to do, and he's right. We're beautiful. I posted up some pictures. A buddy of mine went and had a deal out in Vietnam. Phuquoc, I think, is the name of this resort that they have. And I don't know what they rebranded from, but they rebranded to something, and that is a major competitor for Korean butts and for Japanese butts right now. And he sent me some pictures because I'd never seen anything other than just a little bit of internet stuff. But on the ground, that place is absolutely fantastic. Everything looks brand new. There's a lot of offerings. There's a lot for the visitors to do. Lots of places to go shop. Lots of places to go eat. Lots of different choices in eating to choose from. I mean, it was kind of spectacular seeing those things. But one of the pictures, and if I get inspired, I'll go look for it. One of the pictures, I'm looking at the sea and the sky above this little resort place. And look, their ocean, Jose, their ocean looked just like ours. And the sky over the ocean looked just like ours. Beautiful. Picture postcard stuff here. What is the difference between what we've got here and what they've got there? And I think some of the things is we allow people to do whatever it is that they want to do. They want to go camp out, or you can see it on the screen right now if you're watching on the socials and the visual radio. There's a guy who looks like Gandalf the Grey. That's the new guy that we've got down in Tumon, and he's got that little beach chair, and he just kind of picks it up and takes it wherever he wants to go, and he lays it.
None shall pass.
Hangs around. You shall not pass. I was just watching that recently, and he's moved along. He's in another section now. He's Gandalf the Black in the thing. He's got another pair of clothes to change into. I think maybe that's the other thing we got to figure out how it is these guys are getting here, because he doesn't look local. and he doesn't look like he was like military discharged around here and just decided to stay. And he's not the only one down there. There's 2 or 3. There's another new guy, the trash man, I call him, because every time I see him, he's literally digging in the trash looking for food and drinks that people have thrown away. And he'll just pick it up and sample it, smell it, and drink it, and kind of walk away and go check out the other trash can. And the visitors are seeing it as well. I see it. The visitors see it. 7:57 in the morning. I do want to leave this hour with some happy news. And unfortunately, Don is not in the room to share this happy moment. But I've received information from Coffee Wife. And that's Infusion, by the way. That's my code for the lady that runs Infusion, my Coffee Wife. And around this time of year, I always start asking her, among other things, when does the pumpkin menu begin? And then the last time I asked her, she was like, "Well, it's confidential. We're working on some stuff. Can't tell you right now." And so this morning she said, "Would you like to be the first to announce our pumpkin launch date?" And the answer, of course. The pumpkin menu at Infusion will begin on August the 28th. Mark your calendars, August the 28th. Now, you might be wondering, what kind of items are we going to get in Infusion's pumpkin spice menu? And the answer is that's still not confirmable at this time. The drinks are a secret. And I will have the pleasure of announcing that first sometime after, I'm sure, the 28th or around the 28th or so. I will be able to announce, okay, they got the pumpkin spice started, and here's the items that they're going to be having. Because I don't know, there used to be back in the olden days, you just infuse it with pumpkin spice, right? But now you
sprinkle it right on top of it.
Yeah. But now you've got it's got to be there, and now it can't be just like the coffee pumpkin spice. You've got to have 5 or 6 different things that are attached to it. Maybe a little bit of a sandwich or something. It's got that. There's
trends.
Yeah. So I was telling people about the Starbucks one, and I might see if I can find that one again a little bit later on. 888-825-5888-TALK is the telephone number. Closing in on the last 60 seconds or so of this hour. In the next hour, I don't know why, but I got kind of ticked off when I read this, and I'll tell you about it. It's from the Office of Technology, and they sent out a notice yesterday about what caused the disruption of internet services to the government of Guam. And it's just something about the way they said it in the message that kind of ticked me off as a guy on the radio that needed to tell people about what they could and couldn't do over a GPD records and ID section and all of these other spots. And then there was a rumor floating around yesterday that it might even impact people's ability to get the food stamps in their cards. And people, we've been asking the media for a couple of days, what's this all about? Anyway, I'll tell you what it's all about and what it is in the language that ticked me off. But first, Fox News.
I'm Lisa Lacera, Fox News. An Albany woman under arrest in what authorities say was a plot to kill state lawmakers. 35-year-old Jessica Bowie had been under surveillance for more than a month as she communicated with a confidential informant posing as an ISIS facilitator.
As alleged, this defendant was radicalized online and spread messages of hate and violence against the American people.
Assistant U.S. Attorney John Sarcone, authorities say Bowie planned to flee the country after the attack, but said she would be willing to return to launch more attacks on the White House or in Times Square on New Year's Eve. Philadelphia police say they've identified the man they say has been terrorizing people on the street in Center City while wearing a Chucky Halloween mask. DA Larry Krasner says they believe the man may have left the area.
We have reason to know that Zymir Hughes is trying to avoid a warrant for his arrest on misdemeanor and felony charges.
Krasner says Hughes has ties to California and Nevada. Police asking any victims to come forward. The aircraft carrier USS Abraham Lincoln, which has been deployed for 270 days in the Middle East, finally heading back to its home port of San Diego.
The USS George Washington arrived in the Middle East yesterday to replace the Lincoln. The switch comes as concerns about the Lincoln have been growing, with reports of a stressed-out crew, bad plumbing, and supply shortages. outages.
Fox's Jill Nato. The Army's top general has directed a Europe-based unit specializing in drone warfare to shut down and revert to traditional infantry roles. The 173rd Airborne Brigade has spent over a year experimenting with drones. Wall Street stocks had their worst loss in 3 weeks. The Dow lost 703, the Nasdaq minus 263, the S&P off 66. The price of Brent crude rose 2.4%. America's listening to Fox News.
With the United credit card from First Hawaiian Bank, your everyday spend can take you places. Your morning coffee, your shopping list, your gas fill-up. They can all earn United Mileage Plus miles towards your next adventure. It could be groceries today and a trip tomorrow. Apply by October 31st, 2026, and if approved, earn 45,000 bonus miles when you spend $2,000 within the first 3 months after account opening. To turn your everyday purchases into endless adventures, it all starts with yes. Terms and conditions apply. To learn more, visit one of our branches or go to fhb.com/United. Stay cool all year round by checking out Johnstone Supply for your HVAC and refrigeration needs. Located at 170 Guerrero Drive on Picanel Road in Tamuning, call Johnstone Supply today at 671-649-0581. That's 671-649-0581. Open 8 a.m. to noon and 1 to 5 p.m. Monday to Friday. Open Saturdays from 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. and closed on Sundays. Stay cool with Johnstone Supply.
The captain of a charter boat that capsized in New York Harbor earlier this month, killing a young mother and her child, is in the country illegally.
The Coast Guard says the boat had way too many passengers, so it capsized and sent more than a dozen people into the New York Harbor. And the feds say the boat's captain, Manuel Hernandez, was not just in the country illegally, but was also not licensed by the Coast Guard, now facing 2 federal felony charges, 1 for each death. Investigators say this happened about 3 hours into the boat tour out near the Statue of Liberty. They say Hernandez tried to make a U-turn and accelerate over the wake of another boat that was coming by, and the boat went under.
Fox's Alexis McAdams in New York City. The Department of Homeland Security says Hernandez could be deported. 3 cities are in the running to host the 2028 Democratic National Convention.
Boston, Denver, and Philadelphia are in the running to host the convention where delegates will pick their presidential nominee who will try to retake the White House. DNC Chair Ken Martin describes the bids from all 3 cities as incredibly strong, promising the huge event will be an inspiring celebration of our party's future nominee. The convention is set for August 7th through the 10th. Officials visited 5 cities earlier this year, considering logistical and fundraising capacity, among other factors. Atlanta did not make the cut, neither did Chicago, which was hoping to host the convention for a second straight time. CJ Papa, Fox News.
Commanders of the Army's 9th Brigade Engineer Battalion, based at Fort Stewart, Georgia, offering its service members a special bonus if they re-enlist soon. 4 extra days off, timed around the November release of the video game Grand Theft Auto 6. The commanders say they believe free time to play the game, where players commit carjackings and battle police, will persuade some soldiers to extend their service. A Fort Stewart spokesman says the idea was to have a unique incentive program that connects to what soldiers are interested in. I'm Lisa Lacera. This is Fox News.
This summer, fall in love with a new Nissan. Get into a new Sentra for as low as $172 per paycheck, the Rogue for $219 per paycheck, and the Frontier for as low as $247 per paycheck. Whether you're looking for sporty, rugged, or family-friendly, Nissan Guam has the perfect ride waiting for you. Just one test drive and you'll be saying, I love me a Nissan. See Nissan first before summer says adios. On approved credit, some conditions apply. See Nissan Guam for details.
Have you heard? Subway just launched the all-new Subway Wraps. Your favorite footlong, now wrapped in a tender wheat tortilla that's perfect for any flavor craving. Go low carb, hit your protein goals, or just eat better. Subway Wraps make fueling your day easier than ever with bold flavors and curated ingredients. Sink your teeth into the cheesy garlic steak wrap, juicy steak, cheddar cheese sauce, crispy veggies, and roasted garlic aioli. All wrapped up. Subway Wraps. Light, delicious, and satisfying without weighing you down. Subway. Eat fresh, feel good.
Back to school starts with one important stop at the FHB Health Center. Get your child's school physical, immunizations, vision exam, and dental checkup with caring providers. Complete your child's back-to-school checkups at FHP and receive a free gift after the visit while supplies last. With one checkup, your child is ready for school, and FHB is here long after the first day of class for every stage of your child's health. Visit FHPGuam.com to request an appointment. FHP, our island, your clinic.
today. It's 8:06. I'm Donna DeJesus with a look at your local news on The Point. A paralyzed man shot by police during a May car chase is still waiting for a decision on his pretrial release. Herrick Suda Andrew missed his scheduled Wednesday bail hearing before Superior Court Magistrate Judge Jonathan Kwan. He remains hospitalized with gunshot wounds under constant guard on $25,000 cash bail. His defense attorney blamed the AG's office for failing to arrange a virtual appearance despite multiple court orders. Judge Kwan rescheduled the hearing for the 24th, saying Andrew must be present in court for any release decision to proceed. Meanwhile, 32-year-old Matthew Manabusian, who has a previous negligent homicide conviction, was arrested after police found nearly 1.3 pounds of meth in his Dedito home. Authorities also seized over $1,700 in cash, drug paraphernalia, and a stolen gun during the execution of a warrant. Manabusian was ordered held on $50,000 cash bail yesterday. He faces charges of possession with intent to deliver and possession, carrying up to 25 years in prison. In 2022, Manabusian pleaded guilty to negligent homicide in a 2021 shooting death. More news after this.
When it comes to lung cancer, early detection is the key, but lung cancer doesn't always show symptoms, especially early on. GRMC's lung cancer screening offers a quick, low-dose CT scan to detect lung cancer before it spreads. If you're between 50 and 80 years old and have smoked or quit within the last 15 years, this screening could help you take control of your health. Call 671-645-5500, extension 4891, or visit grmc.gu to see if you qualify for this life-saving screening. Don't wait. Take action today with GRMC.
Explore, snap, and share for a chance to win a round-trip ticket to Taiwan. Join the Guam Photo Hunt and visit iconic landmarks and hidden gems island-wide. The more locations you photograph, the more chances you have to win exciting prizes. Learn more and submit to win online at visitguam.com/photo hunt. Terms and conditions apply. Explore, snap, and rediscover Guam. Brought to you by the Guam Visitors Bureau.
Gubernatorial candidates Tony Ada and E.J. Calvo addressed drug enforcement, abortion, and school management during the recent Lunch with Leaders hosted by Genesis Babauta. Ada emphasized strict border enforcement at the airport and seaport to stop illegal drugs, while Calvo called for a balanced approach providing recovery pathways for addicts. On education, Ada proposed decentralizing GDOE to give school principals direct control over maintenance requests instead of routing everything through the central office. Regarding abortion, Ada stated he is pro-life and believes in supporting families while emphasizing individual moral decisions. And the Office of Technology reports that recent government-wide internet issues were caused by a power outage. The connectivity disruption happened overnight Tuesday into Wednesday morning. OTEC explained that power outages drained the backup battery bank at the data center. Officials clarified the incident was not a cyber attack, malware, or hacking. Network services were fully restored early yesterday morning. The outage temporarily affected several customer and back-end services, but no government data or records were compromised. And those were your top stories. Now back to Ray with weather.
But it's the way they said it that ticked me off. It's the way they said it. I'll read you the whole thing from OTEC. The disruption of internet services across the government of Guam overnight Tuesday into Wednesday morning was caused by power outages that resulted in the draining of power from the UPS backup battery bank at the Office of Technology Data Center. To be clear, there was no nexus with hacking, malware, or any kind of, quote, attack on the government-wide computer network. And do you know why they had to say that? Because they didn't come out and tell us on Wednesday why they had the problems. And so everybody was making stuff up. You know, you got a problem over here, you got a problem over there. People are talking about maybe issues with public health being able to get the food stamp benefits out, and nobody knew what the hell was going on. I think that's why they finally had to come out and say what it was that broke as a result of load shedding here. And that's finally what happened. You can't, when we're talking about technology, especially with, just a couple of weeks ago, there was a story about some lady doing a speech somewhere and said, get ready for an attack. Get ready for the attacks. They're going to be coming. It's an AI attack, or maybe it's going to be the new version of Volt Typhoon or something like that. Everybody needs to get good on their cybersecurity and their cyber catechism, if you will. You got to get really good at it because we're going to get attacked. And so as soon as we find out there's a problem, there's a problem over at GPD. And then we heard that there were problems in other parts of the IT infrastructure of the government of Guam. If you don't say what it is, people are going to make it up. And there's probably, you came out with a statement, and there's probably still people don't believe you because it's 2026, and there's AI, and there's bad actors out there looking to probe into systems, and maybe looking for weaknesses in the OTEC of the government of Guam that might lead to other weaknesses elsewhere. So let's be very, very careful about this. Please don't attack the people that were concerned that this might have been an attack. The disruption lasted several hours from late Tuesday night into the mid-morning hours Wednesday and impacted several agencies' abilities to utilize both customer-facing and back-end computerized services for a brief period of time upon opening as scheduled Wednesday morning. Network services were restored by 8:30 a.m. With regard to SNAP and cash benefits, customers who applied for benefits on Wednesdays received their benefits on Thursday. No government data or records were compromised, lost, or in danger of such. All right. Does that pass everybody's BS meters? No, still no. No.
Whatever.
Okay, so my power went out at the house for about an hour the first time, maybe an hour, 40, maybe 45 minutes the second time. But I've got the EcoFlow. I have an EcoFlow. But I'm wondering kind of out loud now is what kind of battery power did they have there, power banks there? Were they in a long power outage at, with the disruption of service? Was that load shedding? How long were the outages, and were they long enough that it would have dried out the banks that they have there? I mean, even hours. I mean,
Are they just using ups?
I don't know. I mean, I'm trying to.
They don't last long.
I think I've got for everything that we've got here at the, and I'll just use it myself. I mean, I'm not big government of Guam, but I've got a power bank here at the radio station, and it's multiple batteries and a computer system or a computer controlled system to make sure that it's always peaked out. And I think with that one, I mean, it'll run the building for 45 minutes in the very least.
Is that all they're relying on? Battery backup?
Right? They got a generator there. I mean, shouldn't.
I hope.
So that's why I'm saying 45 minutes is good for me, because in 45 minutes, somewhere in there, the 10 seconds will have elapsed for my ATS to switch us over to generator power. So this might be actually raising more questions than it answers. Anyway, 8:14, and it is what it is anymore. But I'm just saying, if you don't want to be have the specter of people going, it was a Volt Typhoon or AI or something like that, then you got to come out on Wednesday morning and tell us what the problem actually was. A whole lot faster. 8:15 on the Ray Gibson Show. Donna D was not in the room when I mentioned this story, but it's not really a story as much as just to let you know that we're moving into the Burr months here very quickly. We're moving into pumpkin spice season, Donna D. Pumpkin spice season. So I got word from the coffee wife that pumpkin spice season starts at the infusions on the 28th. Just FYI.
Oh, already?
Yes, already.
Okay.
And don't ask what's on the menu. Apparently, that's still embargoed.
Ah, shucks.
I cannot tell you, but there will be pumpkin spice everywhere. You'll be able to smell it on Marine Corps Drive because there's an infusion about every 20 feet, like at Starbucks, right? 8:14, Ray Gibson Show. I'm supposed to do weather, so let me take a look at what the weather machine is looking like. Okay, update that, and then very quickly see if I can get a refresh on the feed here. They take, and again, the reason why I like Zoom Earth so much is because the radar, the satellite imagery that you're seeing is updated every 10 minutes. So every 10 minutes, we get another view of where the tropical storm is. It's still right now a tropical storm, but by the end of the day, this thing is probably going to go into a severe tropical storm, and then after that, a typhoon. But by the time it makes typhoon, it will be far, far away from Guam, far away from Saipan and Rota and Tinian. So I'm sure they're very, very happy about that. It's likely to change the weather position that we've got here on Guam. I'm looking over at what looks like, the left-hand section, most westward section of the storm, and it looks like some of those clouds are beginning to fall. I didn't go outside. Donna did. Is it gloomy outside? Is it raining? Does it feel like we're going to get scattered showers and thunderstorms today?
It's probably going to rain. I liked it outside because it's overcast.
It's probably going to rain.
Yeah.
Okay,
But it wasn't raining when I went out.
That's the guest weather forecast on the screen that you're looking at. Me Too says clouds in the sky with rain. Daytime highs today should be about 86 degrees. Tomorrow about 85 degrees. We'll keep those numbers down low, and maybe we can avoid some load shedding. That's where it's going to be tricky. We're not out of the woods yet in terms of the steam turbines over at Ukadu, and that means that there's going to be a lot of people out there this weekend, maybe hanging out at the house, running the air conditioner, playing the new version of GTA. Is that what there was a news story that was talking about that? Anyway, news and weather together right here on 93.3. Pika's Best, we're the point.
It's the Ray Gibson Show. Morning talk that matters. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
8:17 now. No, you're hitting me. I didn't know. This is one of those things. I don't know everything. I don't know all the SKUs, the SKUs over at Payless. Now, Donna is asking, it's an important question because yesterday, my God, things happen fast. Over the weekend, we hear, in the last couple of days, we heard that the Sakura Noodle House was going to be closing. It was going to close at the end of the month, and everybody was sad. It was like being at a wake or something like that with everybody's, for 54 years. That's been kind of a go-to for a lot of families here on Guam. And for many people, it might have been some of the first time they ever had any Japanese food, some real Japanese food. And so Donna was asking, and by the way, if you're thinking about going today, forget it. Everybody went yesterday because it was last chance to see before extinction, the extinction level event of Sakura Noodle House. And so they went there and they drained him of all of the everything, and there's no more inventory for which to cook food for you anymore. So instead of waiting until the end of the month and restocking, they decided we're going to shut down, and they did. Donna's asking a question though about a side piece, if you will, to the Sakura story, and I didn't know this, and if I did, I forgot. Apparently, they sell Sakura Noodle House noodles at Payless.
Yeah, it even says Sakura Noodle House on it. The yellow ones in the plastic, right? You've seen those, right, Jose?
No, even Jose's making a face. What?
You didn't see it?
No.
It's in the same section as the refrigerated section where they usually sell like the kimchi and all that stuff. Yeah, because my dad always buys it to make chop suey.
I have no idea. I've never heard that before. I didn't realize that it existed. So
it's true. I didn't imagine this.
So the question is that Donna has this morning is: will they continue to sell that? Will Sakura Noodle House continue to manufacture it and then sell it over in the Payless place? See, now you got me thinking. I'm gonna pay more attention when I go into the place. It never occurred to me to even think about that. 8:19 on the Ray Gibson Show. You were going to say?
There's another story of Sakura Noodle House that I think is I might be mistaken. Didn't they birth the lady who brought us Prisco?
Yes.
Oh,
so that's a bright spot. Yes. Prisco started selling at Sakura House first, and then they opened up their bakeries.
Again,
so they're kind of still going on.
The DNA is still floating around here. And in other culinary news, there's a bakery that's opened up next to the radio station. Donna's been looking at the containers they parked in front. She's been spying on. Yeah, she's been spying on them. and this morning when I came in, I noticed that I could see some lights from the they get like everybody else, they got those accordion shutters, and the accordion shutters weren't completely closed, and I had noticed that I could see light on the other side. And so I'm, a curious guy. I'm on the radio. I'm a curious guy. I'm always looking for something to talk about. And so I went up to it and I peered through the slit in the accordion shutter, and there was a guy. There was a guy walking around in the back, and I could see over on this side there's a cash register, and there's tables and chairs. And over on the right side, there was a bunch of kind of grab and go kind of door, for the bread. And there was bread there. They must have already started a fire underneath the kiln.
If they're testing it, can we join?
I don't know. So I'm brave enough.
I'm in.
I'm brave enough to go and peer through the slits in the middle of the night to find out what's going on in my neighbor's building. But I'm not necessarily the brave enough to go, hey, can I get some of that? Are you going to sell that, or is that
can
just
I borrow a cup of sugar?
Is that just decoration here? What are they going to end up doing? And I'm pleased to be able to report that, because I think we're all feeling a little bit down about the news of Sakura Noodle House and them closing up, and then Yabuya, and there's any number of other businesses that we used to like going to, and you remember how terrible we felt when it was Tony Aroma's that closed down. That was another place that we'd go to from time to time, and it was just always there, So I never felt the tug to go and hang out at that place until they started talking about closing, and then they did. And then the guy from Boonies next door was given an opportunity to breathe new life into it, and he did. And so there's still a Tony Aromas, and I think people are eating there a little bit more because they don't want to risk it going away, like is possible. At any rate, so that's so we've got the bad news. That Sakura Noodle House is now closed. It looks like it's permanent. But the good news is before too much longer, you will have pumpkin spice in your infusion stuff. And there is a new bakery on Marine Corps Drive. And I think it's going to be one of these kind of gourmet bakeries. As soon as I find out more information on it, I'll be sure to pass it along to you, because I know we all like our breads around here. I just can't have as much of it as I'd like to, and that's the sad thing. Is I like bread a lot. When I was a kid, I'd get home from school. And Grandma always had, a bag of American bakery bread in the house, just plain old Pullman bread. It's kind of soft on the inside, didn't crust up too much, and I would put it in. I would put it in the toaster at the setting, and I finessed this thing so it was barely toasted. Just enough to change the color, just enough to dry it out a little bit on the outside, and I'd sit there and I'd wait, and I'd try to predict in my head when it was going to do the Jack in the Box thing and ka-chunk and pop out, and I got to be pretty good at doing the count. Anyway, 8:23 in the morning, we're counting to the end of this hour and the end of the program at 8:23. The telephone number, if there's something in your head, is 888-8255 888-TALK. Jerome McDonald asking, was Sakura used to develop film? I don't know if Sakura was used to develop film. You might be thinking about the film place at the ITC building back in the day. That was a great photographer's place. It was right next to my mom's travel agency, and that was where we went. If I had a roll of film to develop, that's where you went. Do you remember the concept of a roll of film or 2 rolls of film? You go and you snap pictures, and they came in different sizes. 12 pictures, 24 exposures, 36 exposures, and then you'd go out there and you'd take all of the pictures and then you'd take it over to the place and have them develop it. And a week later, you can come by and take a look at your pictures and all of the blurry ones. And you go, man, I wish I'd have focused this one better. If I wished I'd have composed it better. How do I get rid of this guy in the picture? Is there a way that I might be able to? Can you crop that out? Can you crop him out, or ghost it or something like that? That was back in the olden days. Now you got the picture, you got the camera in your phone. Nothing needs to get developed. You don't have to worry about the number of exposures. I always, when I'm taking a picture of something or people, I usually take 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different exposures and pick the best of them. And I think Apple's got a system that will put a composite together so that everybody's smiling the right way and everybody's eyes are open and actually looking at the camera. It will take different bits and pieces from different shots that you've taken. Fun stuff. Anyway, where was I? The telephone number is 888-825-888-TALK. The meme machine is online, 797-8255. You got something that you've been playing around with that you saw on the socials, and you said, I need to share this on a place that many people will see it. Chances are good it's right here on 93.3 The Point. Alicia Duenas-Anderson makes it a point every day for her to go out there and snag a picture, as Jeff Pirates Cove does every morning. She will go out to First Beach and get a shot of what the day is going to look like. I'm sorry, Alicia, this is the first chance I've had to use this. She took this shot about 7 o'clock this morning, and that is how gorgeous it looked on that side of the island and over at one of, I want to say it's one of my favorite beaches. It's one of my favorite beaches to drive by. I don't think in 64 years of man and boy here on Guam that I've ever been in that water at First Beach. I don't if I do, I don't remember. It must have been when I was a little kid, because I don't remember swimming there. It's not one of the places that we used to go when we were bumming around and skipping school in high school or college. But it is still one of the most beautiful beaches that you're going to pass by. And she takes an outstanding picture of that. And she's probably good enough so that she only needs to take the one picture before she sends it into the radio station. So 797-8255. Leave some messages on the Facebook live chats or the YouTube live chats, and I'll be happy to take a look at all of those. Smug. You know what's weird, Jose?
What's weird?
Is looking at the comments on the Facebook Live and not seeing yours. I'm just gonna say, because normally like when Simon's on, you're not quiet on the Facebook side, and you were quiet when he was on the phone.
I'm a little preoccupied.
You're pushing buttons inside. Okay, got it. So
different buttons.
Where were we? Marvin Chrysostomo was hanging out in the machine. Happy to see Marv yesterday over at Fair. And I was gonna say, everybody, don't let the fair go away before you go. But yesterday was the last day for Fair, right? Yeah. Unfortunately, that was You know what? It's been a long time since I've attended a fair, and I went by yesterday in case they needed somebody to judge the dessert competition, and I got to tell you, I was impressed. I was completely impressed. I mean, it's the Hyatt, it's the ballroom. It's a great place. It's a nice little, blank slate for people to put things together. But you walk in, and then all of a sudden, bam, you got somebody with the Angus beef, and they want to make you have an Angus beef slider or something like that. And they were giving, and they weren't small. They were giving away big things of food. People were eating like trays of food yesterday. All kinds of samples that they were doing. For everybody that showed up, restaurateurs and things like that might be looking for new wholesale guys. GFS was down there talking with a whole bunch of other dealers and things like that, and other customers that they might have walked in, and then there's quality wholesale. And oh my God, it was massive. They had signage there that was bright like the UOG Fieldhouse when there's a concert. I mean, it just got these big signs with all of the products that they distribute, and some of the happiest employees that I had ever seen handing out little morsels of this, that, and the other. Some of my favorite beer vendors were there. I saw my buddy Frank Shimizu from Ambrose. They were there. They weren't handing out like beer or anything like that. There was a couple of other businesses that they had. ST was.
Yeah.
I saw the ST, and
Did you try the aviation gin?
I did not.
I did.
I did not. I'm a beer guy. I saw the different beers that they've got, and I'm like, okay, I got that one. And then outside, like I said, I've got pictures of a bunch of friends and new friends that I made over at Fair yesterday, including Marvin was there, and across the way was the lady Deborah. I think it's what was her name? The one that gave you the bread. I mean the banana bread stuff.
Jennifer.
Yeah. So I saw her and her husband, and spent $10 on say. Yeah, I bought some bread from them, and then I saw Pika Farron, and she was showing off some of the different flavors that they have, including the mashup that they did with Hyatt. And I said, I'll buy one of those. And she says, no, you can't buy it from me. You can buy it from the deli over there. So yesterday was a $30 day at Fair for me. I got two things of Denancy that they make, and the other one was two things of bread that I was going to bring to the radio station here this morning, but I was in a hurry because I needed to get in and wake up Jose so he could come in and take care of business for me. 8:29 on the Ray Gibson Show. More and more on the way. What's that, Jay? Jane Mel Limoket said the shutters are open next door. Donna, yes, Donna D. I gotta go look. Yeah. Well, you're gonna have to do news first. Charlie Hermosa online saying good morning to everybody. Tune Jose says Simon Sanchez needs to be voted out of the CCU. We don't want to hear excuses for every issue of GPA, GWA. We just want what we pay for. That's it. More from them. Stephen Liz online. Loren Michelle checking in. Jesse Nanetti Aurelio Paredo wishing everybody here a good morning. Talking about weather conditions here. Jerome McDonald reporting 104 degrees in Orange County, California.
Yeesh.
Yee. And let me see. Berto from Pono. Bert Javier says, "Hoi, good morning, bro. Serving lunch in Agate today at Inn on the Bay." Okay, thank you very much for the heads up. If you're headed in that area, you might want to check out some of the things that he has got there, and definitely get a couple of samplers. And if you still got room in your stomach, then keep the car going to Marina Grill. We'll tell you more about that before too much longer. And some lady named Donna Mila Martinez says Ray Gibson needs to be paid every single time he gets the real info out, while Gov Guam blubbers through the decisions they can't make clearly. Appreciate that. I don't need any more money. It's all right. Bottom of the hour, Donna D with her last big look at news. And oh, by the way, we normally take a break, and then Donna comes back after the break. And then after that, it's celebrity birthdays and special events. I'm letting Jose know. Okay. Got it? Okay. So we'll go into the break. 2 spots, and then Donna with news.
Very good.
Okay, very good. Here it comes.
Whoever said no risk, no reward has never been sued. Hi, I'm Dave Silva from AB Risk Solutions, and our job for over 70 years has been to help businesses just like yours manage risk. Manage risk? We will never be able to totally eliminate the myriad of risks every business faces, but we can help you manage them and recover when disaster strikes. From mom and pop operations to high-rise hotels, we're the experts businesses have counted on for many years. Call me today at 777-2668 for a free risk review and consultation.
AB Risk Solutions, formerly known as Aon.
Boss 104, Star 101, The Point, and Micronesia Mall present the 3rd Annual Home and Lifestyle Expo. Saturday, October 3rd from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. in the Micronesia Mall Center Court. Join us as we showcase an abundance of Guam businesses to help you buy a home and create a lifestyle that tailors to you. Booth spaces are available now, but hurry, they're filling up. If you're a business that specializes in landscaping, realty, furniture, home insurance, and more, call 671-888-RDIO. That's 888-7346, and ask for Doris, Daryl, Shanzi, or Michelle. For more information about the 2026 Home and Lifestyle Expo, don't hesitate to call us. 671-888-7346. See you soon.
Something is brewing from the island's favorite coffee. Now you can enjoy the smooth, full-body taste of Mr. Brown coffee. Uncanned and freshly ground for a richer, more satisfying cup. You heard that right. Mr. Brown now comes fresh from bean to cup. However you take your coffee, hot or iced, Mr. Brown delivers bold and smooth, fresh taste in every sip. Premium refreshment, ready when you are. Freshly ground Mr. Brown coffee, now exclusively available at Circle K.
There it is, 8:33 in the morning. Donna D with her last big look at news and headlines. Donna, what do people need to know?
The Ukudu Power Plant steam turbine in Dedido is expected back online by next Friday. The turbine was taken offline in June for repairs and was delayed, waiting for a special order of spring supports. Without it, the plant produces about 90 megawatts, less than half its designed 198 megawatt capacity, tightening reserves and causing recent load shedding. Meanwhile, GWA rescinded its boil water notice last night for Barragata Lati Heights, MTM, Manila, Route 15, and Gigo. The notice followed E. coli detection at well Y09. GWA officials confirmed an alternate water source corrected the issue, making boiling water no longer necessary. Customers can call GWA dispatch at 646-4211. And Micronesia Mall and Clutch Guam concluded the Mall Ball 2026 3-on-3 summer circuit, featuring nearly 70 teams across high school, open, and middle school divisions. Champions included Tam Fam, Unicorn United, NCI, Team Gigi, the Raiders, and Leche Ballers. The 3-weekend event offered intense competition and a free throw challenge with travel prizes. And that was your last look at local headlines on The Point. Now back to Ray.
I like this. I'm reading some of the comments from folks on when I made the announcement on Facebook this morning that we were going to be starting late. I think it was the fun way that I did it. It said, due to circumstances beyond our control, likely related to boil water notices or load shedding, we will be starting the Ray Gibson Show a little bit late.
That's what you put?
That's what I put. Eddie Cruz says, I was wondering what happened. You should have gotten Simon to do the announcement to ensure credibility. Tom Shea chimed in, says, I don't drink water from the faucet for reasons that these detections are always late. Be safe. Lee Weber says, ditto. I haven't been drinking water from the faucet since 1968. And my pretty friend Tiffany Ann says, you're back. Okay, well, thank you very much. Glad that everybody is in the vicinity right now. 8:35 in the morning. That's Kaz, right?
Yes, sir.
On the line, we'll get the Kaz. Kaz, can you hold for a second, Kaz?
Yes, sir.
Because we got to do the celebrity birthdays and special events. I know this is the highlight of the program for many of
thank you.
Our
My
listeners.
birthday is coming up.
Duh.
What? When?
Next week. Next week is my birthday. I turned a young 56.
Whoa, no way.
That's impossible. That's impossible. Well, all right, we'll chat on that in a second. You're welcome to chime in on some of this stuff as well. What the hell, you're already on the air. Celebrity birthday number 1 for today. Connie Chung, the news anchor, is 80 years old today.
No
I'll bet she still
way.
looks the same because she's Asian, right, Kaz?
That's right. Connie and I have the same genes.
Never ever age. Robert Plant from Led Zeppelin, and that's all, is 78 years old. Happy birthday to one of our most amazing rockers. Doesn't look like old Robert Plant anymore. Guy looks like a retired accountant now. Al Roker from Today's Show, the weather guy, 72. Fred.
That's also his weight.
What's that?
That's
he
also
has
his
lost
weight.
a lot of weight. Yeah.
Yes,
I remember Fat Al Roker.
Yeah.
Fred Durst from Limp Bizkit turns 56 years old. Here's a name that you may or may not remember, depending on and you might have a different reference for him because he's relatable to two different demographics. Ki Huy Kwan.
I think that's not.
Violinist?
What's that?
Is he a violinist?
No.
He's from
He was Short
Indiana
Round.
Jones, right?
He was Short Round in the
Oh,
Indiana Jones movie
Yeah.
and also in the Goonies. And then he just kind of disappeared off the face of the earth, and he came back as a director and won like an Oscar for Everything, Everywhere, All at Once, which I've never seen.
He's so cute.
The little kid from Goonies is 55 years old today. And Demi Lovato, the singer, turns 34 years old. If you're looking for something to celebrate, well, we'll go over that in a second. But I wanted to talk about a historical thing. You know, I got a vinyl hookup at my house last year, and I've been trying to slowly add to my vinyl collections. There's one record that I'm not going to be able to get because it's on the Voyager 2. Which is about 70 billion miles away from the planet. The Voyager 2, Voyager, if you remember that Star Trek movie, Voyager was launched on this date in 1977, an unmanned spacecraft, obviously, a 12-inch copper phonograph record containing greetings in dozens of languages, samples of music, and the sounds of nature are affixed to this. And it also has like mathematical ways that they might be able to find where Earth is in the solar system. There's a little chart that it has, and renderings of the female and male body form that I'm sure everybody, one way or the other, has seen. I wonder what condition it's in because they say that there are certain things that will happen, radiation and just variety of space atoms that will hit these things and ground them to nothing. All right, if you're looking for something to celebrate, Kaz's birthday is next week. Infusion will start selling pumpkin spice stuff on the 28th. It's also today International Hawaiian Pizza Day.
Hey, your favorite.
It is about my favorite pizza. I'm okay with pepperoni, but I also like the idea of Canadian bacon, or what they call in Canada bacon. And I don't. You've heard that, right?
It's bacon.
It's just bacon up there. Canadian bacon and pineapples. I dig it. Bacon Lovers Day, and if you don't love bacon, I don't think we can be friends. Hazy IPA Day for those of you looking for something new to drink over at Caravel. Kaz, you want to describe what a hazy IPA is?
It's what happens when you drink one.
You get hazy. It's some about the way they make it. I think it's not an elimination of I don't want to say it's unfiltered or maybe it's lightly filtered. It's a regular IPA, but there's still a lot of yeast floating around in it. I think that's what makes it hazy. It's either that or they're getting their water from GWA. It's Lemonade Day. Oh, you found that sound effect. God bless you. World Mosquito Day. And you know what? I missed it yesterday. But all across the United States of America, they are celebrating Radio Day.
Yeah, missed it. How did you miss such a day?
Yeah, just the way
That's
the paper.
your day.
That's just the way the paper comes. Every day is Radio Day for me. There's not a minute I don't think about. I was in one of the rooms yesterday and gazing at my old ham radio, just a radio all by itself, and then right next to it was one of my favorite microphones that I like to use for HF chatting, and I'm it's another project. Once I'm done with the solar panels on the roof, then maybe I'm gonna, while I'm up there, go ahead and and put an antenna up so I can fire this thing up, and every once in a while make a contact from beautiful MTM into 671. 8:40 in the morning. Donna, the doors are open. I don't want to say the doors are open. The shutters are open next door. Go peek, take pictures, send them to me so I can put them on onlines. 20 away from the top of the hour. It's the Ray Gibson Show. She's going to head off in that direction. Cause Endo on the line, and love talking with him on a variety of subjects, and I might kill some time with him in this phone call. But first, he wanted to know if he might be able to come in and publicize this. Oh, my God, what a great idea. And there's time that you've got time to plan for it. Discover the Great Frontier 2026 camping event during Truck and SUV Month. I've got a Frontier and have used it as a platform for camping out in the past. But the one that I've got up on the screen now, that is a right combi, if you ask me. Good morning, Kaz.
Good morning, and I think this is right down your alley, Ray. It's outdoors.
Yep.
Bonfires, coolers of beer. I mean, this is it.
So you're actually, what is it, calling all the Frontier guys to come out and camp out somewhere?
Yeah, so, I'm a truck owner just like you, and, we just want to have fun out there, but, it's not always safe, yeah? You go camping, you might have neighbors. You didn't know you had neighbors. And so we thought, what would be fun is if we got together in strength in numbers, and we rented out a large park, and we made it very safe for people who want to camp out. And we're going to do the first one ever this coming Labor Day weekend, because it was a perfect long weekend. We'll start on Friday. People knock out of work early, set up camp, enjoy the sunset, then the starlight, and then barbecue and do what you want to do. We'll do kumbaya, and then next morning we'll have some activities, some breakfast, and then everybody goes home in the afternoon. They have still Sunday and Monday to goof off. So I thought that was the perfect time to do that. Yeah.
It does sound like the perfect time. But I'm looking at the graphic that you sent me on the screen, and it's a beautiful Frontier, and it's got a tent on the top of it. Is this AI? Because I'm not sure if it doesn't look like mathematically or gravity would work out in this picture with the ladder going up where it does.
No, that's actually a Nismo setup. And people can obviously buy that from Nissan Guam if they go to the parts. You can special order those.
Really?
But so your truck would be perfect for that. And those ladders are usually just to make it easier if you like to have a roof rack to get to that. So you couldn't really use it to paint the roof of your house, but you definitely can get to the top of your truck if you have a rack.
Right.
And,
so get an inflatable. I've done this before, and I've seen people do it before. And so you get like an inflatable bed that you can fit on the inside of the truck, and then you got your blankets and stuff like that. And you can go to Southern Mountain Gear and talk to them about some kind of a fly or an actual tent that might be able to go over that. So if it rains a little bit in the middle of the night, and sometimes it does, then you're going to be protected from that.
Yeah, you can use giant umbrellas if you like. But Andy and his team over there at Southern Mountain Gear would be a perfect place to grab tents and camping gear. And for our Nissan guys, our Nissan owners, the first 15 to register will get a free camping tent from us. So that's kind of cool.
Or you can use your own. I've got.
You can use your own.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
I've got a couple of COVID times. I invested in some camping gear, and one of my favorite ones is it's one of these things that those little fans that you get. The wire bend them, or thinking of. I've got a pair from Nissan, the window visors that you put for the car, and you twist them up in a certain way, and then they go into a little hole. Yeah. So that I've got one of those. I've got two of those that are tents. So you pull it out of this little round holder, and you just kind of throw it, and it opens up, so you don't have to worry about assembling it or anything like that. Where is this going to be?
It's going to be over at Nimitz Beach Park over in Agate, and we're going to have security there. We're going to have bonfire set up. We're going to have everybody can bring their cooking gear and make their meals, like a real camp out.
Yeah.
I know that there's at least some of the population out here that just says, I've always wanted to do that, but it's not that sexy in front of my, in my front porch. This is, you get to go to the beach park and set up like you've always wanted to. And you don't have to be a truck owner. You could be an SUV owner, obviously. So we're taking on registrations now, and we'll see how it goes. This is a pilot project, so we'll see how well it's received. And if it's received really well, hey, this is an annual event.
Nissan is going to be providing a ton of stuff that you need. So don't worry about sanitation. You don't have to pop a squat, by the trees. There will be outdoor potties for you. They'll set up a bonfire, washing station, snacks, games, activities, water. Got generator if you need electricity. I know for some people it might be maybe able to bring their own EcoFlows or anchors from over at Beyond the Box. There will be security there. You will provide breakfast. Lighting will be there. Going to have ambulance standing by, someplace to put the trash when it's all done. And then it says Nissan will be giving away cool prizes throughout the night and the following day.
That's right. Yeah. So, we'll have some games and activities, obviously. But, this is, like I said, is a pilot. So we want to kind of balance it. Like, how much do we interfere, in that experience? And you got people with their families there. Maybe they just want to chill out and unplug from technology for overnight. But also, it's nice to kind of get the community together within the camp and do things. So we'll see how it goes, man. I've never been a camp director, but now I get to fulfill one of those life goals. Yeah.
I'm looking forward to it. So if you want details, go to nissanguam.com. I'm calling them up on the website right now. And there's the cars that we're looking at. There's pretty new Sentra, etc. Where on the website did you put the registration, or is it up yet?
I believe the landing page is going up today, so
Okay.
I want to give everybody the scoop, on your show. And, it's going to be great. I mean, the first 15 might get the tent, but I think we're going to be maxing out about maybe 30, 40 campers. So, just put it on, get on there, register, get your name on there so that you reserve a spot.
But this is okay. So on the screen, I don't know if you got the visuals, but this is like page 4, and it's got a picture of the Frontier, and it's got this blue camping thing in the back over the bed. So I can buy that now.
You can, yeah. We have some in stock that you can buy. We also have some cool Nismo coolers that came in. So yeah, we've been kind of brewing on this since COVID. You mentioned COVID earlier with your tent setup. But just getting every time we thought we were going to pull the trigger, there was a typhoon, and the park would get all messed up. So kudos to the mayor over in Agate for helping us with this, Mayor Susuiko and his team. And we're going to be donating some solar lights there for the park. And our goal is not to just have a camp and event, but for Nissan. Leave the park better than we found it, right? So we'll be doing some things at the park to spiffy it up along with the mayor's team, and we hope everybody's going to enjoy. And if this works out, we'll keep adopting parks to do these events, and along the way, two birds with one stone type of thing.
So send the script over so we can start running the commercials right away.
Okay.
Right away, sir. Okay, so that's September the 4th and 5th. So you get there on the 4th, we overnight and wake up for breakfast in the morning, and then we have let me see, what are we having for breakfast there? What's that thing that you have? The Bailey's and coffee. Bailey's
and eggs, bacon. Not Canadian ham, American bacon. Thank you very much.
I'm thinking about there's a crew that I like to overnight with, and we wake up in the morning and basically continue from where we were last night with whatever's colder or whatever's hot. And it's always nice. There's something special about waking up at a campsite. And there's somebody that has started cooking since just before sunrise.
Smell of campfire.
The smell of the campfire, the smell of the bacon cooking and eggs cooking, and you don't have to do it. And everybody lining up and going and getting some morning grub. So are you catering that, or
we're gonna cater the breakfast, but people are more than free to cook their own breakfast, obviously. But we figure some people are going to be a little slow in the morning after a good night, and
it depends on what happens at night.
Yeah, exactly. So, but I've always wanted to say chow time, so
ding, 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 ding.
with the bell.
Triangle. Yeah, the triangle. All right, we need to talk about this more.
We will.
So you know, as everything, because I know how your head works, is you keep adding and adding and adding. So with every new addition and or whatever change that you need to make, call in and we'll talk about all of that. All right.
Will do. And speaking of big birthdays, next week is the Rotary Club of Guam's 87th birthday. So I just wanted to do a shout out of that, and looking forward to having a big party next week. So you're invited, Ray.
Oh, definitely. Yeah. Okay, can do. Send me the email on that, the invitation.
Will do.
Is it gala? Is it gala? Do I need to dress up?
It's a gala, brother.
Man,
you can put on your shorts and a tuxedo.
I can't find my Paul Harris pin. I need to get that replaced.
Come casually. It's fine. I have to dress up because I'm
because you're the president. Because he's the president of the Rotary Club. Yeah. Okay, all right, Brett.
But I'll be wearing a hoodie underneath that sweater, underneath that suit. Yeah.
Never change. Never change. 9 away from the top of the hour. I'll talk to you pretty soon, Kaza. You give me a whole lot of stuff to jam into my calendar, and we'll tell you what, I'm going to jam it into my calendar while we take the break on the program. We got a break lined up, right? Yeah, we can. Okay, so we'll come back and we'll kill the next hour and 10 minutes.
For Star 101 The Point and Micronesia Mall present the 3rd Annual Home and Lifestyle Expo. Saturday, October 3rd from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. in the Micronesia Mall Center Court. Join us as we showcase an abundance of Guam businesses to help you buy a home and create a lifestyle that tailors to you. Booth spaces are available now, but hurry, they're filling up. If you're a business that specializes in landscaping, realty, furniture, home insurance, and more, call 671-888-RDIO. That's 888-7346 and ask for Doris, Daryl, Shanzi, or Michelle. For more information about the 2026 Home and Lifestyle Expo, don't hesitate to call us. 671-888-7346. See you soon.
Is she going to come back? Do we know? So I told that there's all right, so I'll back up a little bit. Okay, first of all, a couple of my friends, Ricky Woodall, posing with Peterson in this picture. No other context available from that, but it's not the first time the two of them have been seen in the same place at the same time. Nice to see you.
Is that a repeat?
Yes, that is a repeat, as a matter of fact. Thank you. Both shows, if you recall, had different names for them. So on the morning show, Peter Santos was PS3 and then or PS3, and in the afternoon show with Bob Klitsky, he was repeat. Why was that? Was it just because he called a lot?
Just Bob had a name for almost everybody. It was a term of endearment.
Yeah, well, so that's the thing here. The sad thing is I don't know that I ever got a name, but I was always jealous of the ones that did. Even if it wasn't the nicest thing in the world, like Won't Parkinson. Was one of those, and Tina Munga Barnes. Yeah, there was that one there.
But she was a longtime employee of his.
Yes.
Also.
Yeah, I think there might have been some of that in there as well.
First started out
8:53 in the morning, and it looks like no matter what, there's going to be a munya at the legislature. Tina running for lieutenant governor in the failed campaign with Josh Tenorio, but Sister Donna looks like she's going to be an easy shot to find a spot in the 39th Guam legislature. At any rate, taking a look at some of the commentary, Jane and Mel Limoket online. Charlie Hermosa says it's time for the GDOE superintendent to step down. Brown. You got to I'm sorry, down to Brown. You got to throw them together at the same time, which is one of the things that I was asking is that was going to happen when I found out that they were closing Simon Sanchez and Teason at the same time, not just one school, and they couldn't even make a whole week. They couldn't even make 1 week. In the new school year, we got them on Monday, and there were already teachers that were complaining about lack of communication, one way or the other, and so it was unsurprising, but and disappointing at the same time that it got to be Thursday, and that word started going around. And that was my question on Friday morning: is anybody going to resign here today? Will anybody resign in shame today? Saying, all right, this is a failure on a massive degree, and it's still. I mean, even today, there's stories in the newspaper that are talking about there is no plan B. We have no plan B. That's the way I do things. There's no plan B. God is out on our side, and our mission cannot fail. And you just do everything that you can to make sure that you win all the time. But here we are, and it's a week later. Today is a week later, and that I am aware of. There is still no plan. There's no timeline to open things up. In the meantime, the parents have got questions. The students have got questions. Here's the story from Jason Salas on KUAM News. No set timeline on when the Teads High is going to reopen. Superintendent said, we apologize for the situation that your children are faced with. I feel the same way as you do. It bothers me when our children are not in the school, when they're missing school days, and our teachers and our staff are doing the best that they can. Okay, apology, and we're doing the best we can. Mm-hmm. How much? 200?
A lot.
Yeah.
Too much.
She gave KUAM an exclusive update on the ongoing situation regarding the Teads High campus. Dr. Juan Pat telling KUAM the timeline on reopening isn't certain, as there is a back and forth between GDOE and the Teads property manager, Cortec International. Do we like Cortec or do we hate Cortec? It's never the same twice, is it? You can't go 2 days in a row, because sometimes they're the good guys, and then sometimes we're blaming them.
If this was a movie, they'd be the evil corporation.
At least in this, yeah. There's like a guy. I'm trying to think of who would play him. Dr. Juan Pat adding that Cortec is able to fix a majority of the issues, regardless of whose initial responsibility is, but there will be a caveat. He says, here's the list. If we do all of this, it's going to cost, and the way the contract is written is that they only charge for materials, they charge for labor, and 15% above that as well, she said. The ultimate question on who is responsible for the upkeep of the Teads facility is who is on the contract.
Isn't JFK also a Cortec building?
I don't believe so. John F. Kennedy High School there was a golly,
something strange.
I don't want to say it's lost to time. I could find it if I had about 10 minutes and permission to use the good AI. But it's a little bit of a research. But JFK was closed down, unsanitary, back in the day, and a guy came for a company, I want to say it was one of these military build-up companies, if I'm remembering right, came out and said, oh, I can do that. No problem. Give me some money and I'll take care of it, and we'll work it out. There was a build, operate, transfer scheme that had been put together, which is why it's still a nice campus at the end of the day. But then I want to say there were a couple of other companies that got involved, and there was a procurement kerfuffle. And work was done, but the students at John F. Kennedy, I think, were at Teads at the time. My recollection, and kind of, I don't want to put anything in kind of order, but my recollection, I remember I got a call from somebody at the governor's office, and it might have been Larry Perez over at DPW. He says, "Can you meet us at Teads because the governor's going on a tour." And I went on the tour with the governor, and it was the Cortec people that were walking us around the buildings that eventually turned into Teads High School, and that was the beginning, the infancy of the conversation, because the government of Guam didn't have enough money to build new schools. We needed the new schools, and if we needed a place, they needed a place for Teads High. But before Teads High was Teads High, it was a temporary campus for GW. As they were refurbing that, it was also a temporary campus for JFK while that was getting refurbed. And when we were all done with GW, that turned into the Teads High School campus that we have and know and love to this day. And so I guess we never really bought that as much as we were renting it from the Cortec people, who inherited that from original landowners, who got that from the government of Guam, who got that from Navy back in 1996 when they closed down NAS again. And I think that's the connection that you can make there. I might have gotten a couple of things wrong in there, but I think you get the general idea on how we got our hands, how we got our students in these facilities that apparently the Department of Public Health doesn't like. Closing in on 9 o'clock in the morning, KUSG Agana, 93.3 is The Point. My name is Ray. On the other side of Fox News is going to be me and Jose killing another 60 incredible minutes of talk radio time. Here's the news.
D3.
Planned attack in New York stopped. I'm Lisa Lacera, Fox News. A woman caught in an FBI sting after she planned to set off explosives at New York's Capitol building. She's now facing federal terrorism charges.
Her name, Jessica Bowie, a 35-year-old Albany resident who converted to Islam 5 years ago, now charged with starting her plot last month. Authorities say she communicated with others on social media in both English and Arabic, and she celebrated the al-Qaeda attacks of 9/11, saying, quote, "Praise be to Allah for September 11th, and I will poison the infidel."
Fox's Eric Shawn in New York. Pictures of Bowie conducting reconnaissance at the Capitol and buying a list of bomb-making ingredients at a hardware store, including long nails to be used as shrapnel, were included in the affidavit. Authorities say she also arranged to buy a gun and ammunition to use against police or security if needed. Philadelphia police have identified the suspect who's been terrorizing people in Center City while wearing a Chucky mask as 22-year-old Zymir Hughes. A warrant is out for his arrest. Another shortened day in court in the trial of Lindsay Clancy, the Massachusetts woman accused of killing her 3 young children in 2023. Her lawyers say she suffered from postpartum psychosis.
Hospital chaplain Sheila Kavanaugh recalls the first thing Lindsay Clancy said a week after she killed her 3 children.
She said to me as I held her hand to comfort her, "I am so glad my children are safe." I said, "Lindsay, your children are safe. They're safe in heaven with God."
Kavanaugh met with Lindsay some 200 times after the killings and says she spoke several times about a persistent male voice in her head.
Fox's Brian Yennis in Plymouth. Hundreds of women dressed in pink rallied outside the court in support of Clancy. America's listening to Fox News.
Explore, snap, and share for a chance to win a round-trip ticket to Taiwan. Join the Guam Photo Hunt and visit iconic landmarks and hidden gems island-wide. The more locations you photograph, the more chances you have to win exciting prizes. Learn more and submit to win online at visitguam.com/photo hunt. Terms and conditions apply. Explore, snap, and rediscover Guam. Brought to you by the Guam Visitors Bureau.
At Fox.
The U.S. has carried out its first deportations under a new agreement with Liberia, sending 20 deportees to the African nation, which has agreed to accept up to 1,200 people. There's new evidence to suggest Iran was working together with U.S. immigration officials.
Newly released emails show ICE officials worked with Tehran to deport Iranians in late 2025 and early this year, despite an ongoing standoff between the two countries that erupted into war. The emails obtained by the National Iranian-American Council shows immigration officials accepting last-minute changes to deportation lists requested by Tehran and other significant influence over which immigrants were sent back. Separately, a lawsuit from a watchdog group against U.S. agencies and officials alleges confidential asylum information was shared with Iranian officials, a claim the Department of Homeland Security denies. Lillian Wu, Fox News.
Federal agents have seized electronic devices from former Congressman Eric Swalwell and have searched his Washington home as part of an investigation into allegations of sexual misconduct. Swalwell resigned from Congress in April following an allegation he sexually assaulted a woman twice, including when she worked for him. He has denied those allegations. A major grocery chain in the Southeast recalling more frozen blueberries.
The U.S. Food and Drug Administration is having Florida-based supermarket chain Publix recall more of its frozen organic blueberries, as more are now potentially contaminated with E. coli bacteria. The recall began in June, but is now being expanded to include nearly 45,000 units sold across Alabama, Florida, Georgia, Kentucky, North and South Carolina, Tennessee, and Virginia. These are the 10-ounce bags of Publix Greenwise branded organic whole blueberries with expiration dates prior to February 9th of 2028.
Fox's Evan Brown. I'm Lisa Lacera. This is Fox News.
Stay cool all year round by checking out Johnstone Supply for your HVAC and refrigeration needs. Located at 170 Guerrero Drive on Picanell Road in Tamuning, call Johnstone Supply today at 671-649-0581. That's 671-649-0581. Open 8 a.m. to noon and 1 to 5 p.m. Monday to Friday. Open Saturdays from 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. and closed on Sundays. Stay cool with Johnstone Supply.
Boss 104, Star 101, The Point, and Micronesia Mall present the 3rd Annual Home and Lifestyle Expo. Saturday, October 3rd from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. in the Micronesia Mall Center Court. Join us as we showcase an abundance of Guam businesses to help you buy a home and create a lifestyle that tailors to you. Booth spaces are available now, but hurry, they're filling up. If you're a business that specializes in landscaping, realty, furniture, home insurance, and more, call 671-888-RDIO. That's 888-7346 and ask for Doris, Daryl, Shanzi, or Michelle. For more information about the 2026 Home and Lifestyle Expo, don't hesitate to call us. 671-888-7346. See you soon.
At Guam Regional Medical City's Cancer Center, your care is our priority. We provide comprehensive treatment services tailored to your needs with compassionate support every step of the way. Our expert team specializes in hematology and oncology, delivers advanced radiation therapy, and offers personalized chemotherapy infusions in a comfortable setting. We also provide effective pain management and a full range of outpatient infusion services, including blood and iron transfusions. We're here for you, supporting your entire journey right here at home. Guam Regional Medical City, comprehensive cancer care close to home.
Rediscover talk radio here. It's The Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
Well, we did start late. For those of you just tuning in, we started late. I got, Donna did send me a picture of the new bakery next door. And if you don't know where we are, so we got the coffee place behind us, 11's is. We got a red and white building across from DPW. And next door, where the iConnect was, the first floor of that now has been converted, apparently, into a bakery. I saw the lights on this morning. I saw a guy walking around in the back, but I figured they had the shutters closed for a reason, so I didn't bother knocking. But Donna went over and snapped a picture. The doors, the shutters are open, and you can see inside. And it's not a bad-looking place. It's going to be a nice spot to go and grab yourself. I don't know what it is that they make, whether it's going to be like regular bread or gourmet bread. You know what? I was thinking about how I generally get my carbs from beer. What? That's what beer is. Beer is liquid bread. Haven't you ever read that?
It's a sandwich.
It's right. Oh, you and I could go over this all day long. Is a hot dog a sandwich?
Ooh.
Or is it a completely other thing? Anyway, so I got that. But anyway, so back up to the beginning of the thought. We started late here this morning. Joe is sick. Jose is the only other guy that knows how to push the buttons on that side that's available, and said yes. So that's why Jose is over on that side. And he's going to be happy that he's on that side because, I don't know, about a half hour, 45 minutes ago, my deodorant quit on me. I don't know what, I know I put it on. It's one of the things that you do every day.
Windows ain't fogging up.
Okay, yes, all of our hair is still the same color, so that's all right. The folks that will really appreciate that are on the phone. They were likewise going to be in the studio, but because of the weirdness, the oddness of our getting started here today, we've decided to take them on the phone. I've got one of the voices that you'll remember is Julia Santos, is on the line. Good morning, sir. How are you?
Good morning, Ray. Thanks again.
Not a problem. And his sister, Marcetta, is on the line as well. Good morning, Marcetta. Thank you for joining us.
Good morning.
So, we're down to the last minutes before we get started with the Greg D. Perez fishing derby?
I'll let my sister go ahead and talk about that.
Okay. Sis?
Yeah, so we had an update to give you. The 6th annual Greg D. Perez International Sports Fishing Derby, obviously presented by Budweiser and our supporting partner, the Guam Visitors Bureau. We hit the water on August 29th and 30th. We had, due to inclement weather, we had to make some changes to the dates. So we will be kicking off next week at the captain's meeting on August 27th at 6 p.m. And then the Derby will follow on the 29th and 30th.
Very important information for people to note. Yes, and we have had weather around here. Thankfully, it's not this weekend because I think we're going to get some weather. I think it's going to be kind of choppy with this storm that's going to be going. It's well north of Guam, Rota, Tinian, and Saipan, but I think it still could be bringing enough weather to make things a little bit choppier than I'm sure even the captains would have liked to have had when they go out. So it's not this weekend. It's going to be next weekend. Is there still time for me to go and buy a boat and fill it up with some gasoline and sign up? Can I do that?
Absolutely.
Oh, yes, there is. Okay. Now all I need is the money to do it and somebody that knows how to run it. That was one of the things that Julius and I were talking about, is I'm not allowed to touch the wheel part of the boat. I can sit down somewhere like on the cooler. I might be allowed to play my favorite songs, but for sure I'm not going to be driving the thing. Can you imagine? What if I'm the first guy out there and I'm the first guy that loads my boat into the thing and it turns into one of those videos where the boat goes all the way in and so does the truck that's backing it up. Yeah, that's the kind of thing that I'm capable of doing. That's nice. I'm glad that you guys are calling in this morning. Is there anything else our listeners need to know?
Well, I think that was the most important part of the information. They can still register at gregdperezfoundation.org. Registration starts at $250, and that includes a captain and one crew member, and then $75 for each additional crew member. And once again, each boat that registers will get a gas card from Shell. Thank you guys so much. And a complimentary ice, not a complimentary, but complimentary ice from Matson. That's very important. You're not just going to get one bag of ice, obviously.
That's for the drinks. The stuff you also need it. You also need it for the kill well in case you catch something. You can blue by you on the fishing derby, says Dr. Wen. He's listening this morning. I don't know what that means. You guys, you're fisher people. What does blue by you mean?
That's a boat? That's a boat name, I believe.
Oh, that's his boat.
Yes, that's his boat. Yeah. And just to add to what Julius was saying, obviously while supplies last, we will be giving away long sleeve dry fit hoodies as well with each registration. But obviously we still got those big cash prizes for the different fish categories: marlin, yellowfin, mahi-mahi, wahoo, and bonita. Obviously, special thanks to our sponsors for that: IP&E, Cassidy, Smithbridge, Johnson Supply, and Flip Flop Shop, for sure, for helping with that. But registration's online. It's open now. It has been, and they can come in person if they'd like. Again, to the captain's meeting on Thursday, August 27th at 6 p.m. at the Fisherman's Co-op.
So, is there what's the deal on the rewards or the awards ceremony? Is that going to take place dockside, or are you guys checking a hotel?
Oh no, we are definitely. Our banquet has been growing. It's probably one of the best parties there is. So our banquet's growing, and so we're moving to the Hotel Nico Guam this year, and that's on August 31st at 6 p.m. And the nice thing about it is I think we'll be able to sell some additional banquet tickets on the side after we get through all of the boaters.
I was going to say, so somebody like me that's not necessarily a fisherman and just kind of interested and wants to hang out with fishing people at the best party of the year, can just a regular guy get a ticket?
Yes, we obviously have limited tickets, but once we get through all of the registrations and hand out all the tickets to the boaters and the crew, we will be selling additional tickets.
Okay, yeah. So what's the name of your boat, Marcetta?
My boat, I wish I had one, but I often go on my cousin's boat, Serena.
What's the name of that one?
Serena.
Oh, the Serena. Okay, I got it. I got it. So, are there now? Tell me about some of the teams that have already signed up. I mean, do we have any returning champions here? Are there any, all girl teams or anything like that?
We definitely have some female anglers. They typically join. Gosh, I'm not sure who right now. I do know that we have a guy who is going to be fishing from his jet ski. So that's an interesting new caveat that we did not have in years previous.
I know the guy, Raph, that landed a marlin on a canoe. I mean, it wasn't.
No way.
Yeah. I mean, it's not. I think you can find the video on YouTube out there. But and this is what he does. I mean, it was not like it was unexpected. He's one of these canoe guys. It's not an ordinary canoe. I mean, this thing is decked out. I mean, several thousands and thousands of dollars worth of a constructed canoe built for that kind of thing. Not just paddle boarding and exercising. So you can use that as a platform. But I think what surprised him was the nature of the beast that he was able to pull in. It wasn't easy, and it was not fast. But like I said, I think there's a video floating around. Ralph Vargas, I think was his name. I think he's an Air Force guy. I'm not sure if he lives here anymore. But ask if the guys know about that. So that platform doesn't surprise me, that somebody's going to be using something smaller than a big boat to go and participate in this derby.
Yeah, it's really cool because it opens up, the registration to different categories, I guess, of vessels, if you will, right? And so it just kind of broadens and makes it more accessible, makes the derby more accessible to the different anglers out there.
Yeah. Well, I'm crazy about it. Give that a shot, ladies, and maybe this is not going to be the one this year for you, but maybe there's a way that you can participate in the future. But swing by on the 29th, right? Is the first day we launch?
Correct. The 29th. Yes.
Go on the 29th. See what the situation's like, and see what the guys are going out with.
Exactly. I mean, Ray, what about you? Jump on a boat. I mean, if you could break my grandfather's record, you might win $50,000.
I don't have a problem with that, but like I said, they won't let me drive it. I'm not allowed to touch the rod and the reel, and so it's one of those things. I'm just there to make sure the cooler doesn't move around a lot. All right, so online right now is the video of my buddy that he's out there, and you can see he's on a little canoe, not too far offshore, and he's using it to do some fishing. I think he was very surprised at what it was that he was able to catch. Just Google it, search for Ralph Vargas. Or Raf, R-A-F Vargas, and see what you can find out there in the socials. And you can see somebody using, like I said, an extremely dressed up canoe to go out there and do some kind of crazy in the water fishing. This is a fun conversation. Like I said, there's like girl anglers that are going to be there. There's going to be all the old guys that are going to be there. Some young guys as well. Some of the charter guys are going to be involved. And did you say something about Budweiser?
Yeah, they're a presenter, so we're really grateful to them. They've been supporting the Derby since the beginning. We're just so grateful for that.
So can I just see that would Marcetta, that would be the thing. I mean, I'd hesitate to think that I could come anywhere near to breaking your grandfather's record on this thing, but for sure, sitting around on a cooler waiting for somebody to reel something else in and drinking the beer and listening to my favorite tunes in my headphones sounds good to me. Dr. Wen is looking forward to the Blue Bayou participating in the fishing derby, and if you got anything else, now would be a good time to tell me.
Well, you talked about, my sister talked about the banquet being a really big party, and it is. It's fantastic. What an awesome celebration. But the captain's meeting is also really good. We provide food for the captains. There's going to be drinks there. So that's kind of like the primer party for the after party, if you will.
I got it. And I'm sure, depending on how successful some guys are or not, there might be little parties going on in the boats.
Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely.
So this is done by count, right? It's not like I can take a picture of the fish and then throw it back, or take a picture of the fish and then make sashimi out of it and try to get that judged?
Correct. No, they have to bring the fish back to get weighed officially. We got a weigh master at both agate and in Haggadah.
So, and that's a good point, Jules. It's out of both the Haggadah and the agate marina. So It's a 6 a.m. Start and a 6 p.m. Call.
Everybody got to be in, and that's for real. The flag has got to be in the channel, or it doesn't count.
Correct.
Okay, I remembered that from our last conversation. This is cool. This is going to be fun. All right, so give me another call before it gets to be launch time, maybe next Thursday or Friday or something like that, or maybe swing by the station, work it out with Joey. But let's keep a string on each other, because I'm sure that between now and then, you guys are going to be adding some other cool features and neat things. I don't know, maybe there should be a parade of the boats. Everybody going to get it dressed up, little flags or something like that, little chicks in bikinis. I don't know. I always go back to chicks in bikinis and beers, because that for me, that's what it's all about. I mean, there ought to be, you know what there ought to be? There ought to be a booze cruise that goes out at the same time.
Make this a spectator sport.
Make it a spectator sport. Yeah, so this is where the guys are going to be watching them go back and forth while you're partying on the boat listening to Led Zeppelin.
I think you have something there, Ray.
I will say this, at the launch on Saturday at 6 a.m., it's one of the most beautiful sights you'll see. The sun is rising, and then you have all these boats just kind of like caravanning out of the boat basin. It's really worth getting up early just to come and watch that. It's such a beautiful spectacle.
And then you'll be able to see the same thing over at Agate Marina as well. Maybe I'll be the guy at Agate Marina waiting patiently for the boats to come in at 6 o'clock while I enjoy happy hour and a couple of big burgers that they've got over at the place. You guys, it's too much fun. I almost want to let you go, but I wanted to ask Marcetta, what was it like growing up with Julius?
I know. I don't think it was so much fun. It was so much fun. I don't think I can say anything other than that.
Well, wait. So you hold a unique perspective, and it's the same perspective that my big sister Shelley and my little sister Mana and my baby sister Rebecca have growing up with Ray Gibson, the guy on the radio, and Julius Caesar Santos was a guy on the radio for a long time, quite popular member of the original Malfunction tribe. Did that notoriety do anything for you? Were you treated extra special because your brother was one of the trio?
Absolutely. I mean, but I don't know how many times I get asked if I could send them old Malfunction clips. Like, there's still a request in queue with my brother for something somebody wants. I know it. Yep. I just asked them last week.
All right. Oh, that's sweet.
I haven't forgotten.
You haven't forgotten either. No. It's, once you're, it's very difficult to get radio out of your system. Yesterday was international. Actually, today in the States is Radio Day, and so there'll be all kinds of stuff in the social medias that you might be, if you follow them or not, you might see a whole lot of guys at radio stations that are celebrating, and many of them are celebrating the fact that they still have jobs. Is the way the industry is going these days in the mainland. There's not a whole lot of stations where there's people doing the things that Julius and Andy and Chris did back in their day, and that I did in my day, and I'm doing now. There's a lot of guys getting pink slips all across the country. So revel in our time, right, Julius?
Amen to that.
I will add, though, Julius did not only have a beautiful voice for radio. I mean, he obviously is a beautiful person, but he's also a great dancer. And he's one of my favorite dance partners. We won a cha-cha contest at the Hilton one time.
Get out.
See? Yeah.
That's highly interesting stuff here. So you two make a interesting brother-sister combo. This might be worth showing up at the Paseo at 6 o'clock on next Saturday to learn a little bit more. This is a fun conversation. I really, really appreciate you guys calling and helping me usher in a big weekend.
No, thank you so much. Yes.
You know what?
Typical family, they talk over each other.
Oh, my bad.
That's okay.
I know some people at the Derby. I might be able to get you a ticket to the banquet.
Ooh, nice. Okay, I won't hold you to it, because I think now that regular folks know they can go and hang out with you and your sister and Dr. Wen and Jim Bigley and all the guys over at IT&E and IP&E and Shell and all that and Budweiser. I think there's a whole lot of people that might be angling for that ticket, if you will. So if you can make some money on it, go ahead and make some money on it. If you got a spare laying around, Jules, you know where to find me.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much.
Anytime, guys. Anytime. And I hope everybody strikes and gets a whole lot of fish. And I don't know. And imagine there's going to be people taking those fish and selling them to restaurants that might make fish tacos out of it, or some kind of other kind of cool fish thingy. So for the interesting fish flavors that they've got, I've been looking at the paperwork for California Pizza Kitchen. They've got a new menu out. We've talked about this before. And among the items that they have in the new menu, the Peruvian pan-roasted chicken. Wait, that's not made with fish. I'm sorry. I saw, no, because I saw Peruvian, and I was thinking about there's a white fish that comes out of Peru that's supposed to be really good. But they've also got the ahi poke salad, and I definitely tried one of those things. And poke with some places is hit or miss. Sometimes you got the poke, and it's absolutely perfectly flavored, perfectly seasoned. And then you got other places where it's like they just cut the fish and put it in the salad. That's not going to happen for you at CPK. They've figured it out, and they've got a great deal on putting these things together. Vibrant island-inspired bowl. It's Thai mixed greens, edamame, colorful medley of julienne cucumbers and carrots, finished with a tangy pickled red onions. I don't like red onions, but they pickled these. They're pickled red onions. I mean, give me a plate of just that. And that will make me happy. At the center, fresh ahi tuna tossed in a savory poke dressing, toasted black and white sesame seeds, and more. You like the price, you like the service. It's CPK. You know where they are, Agana and Tamuning. 9:26 on the Ray Gibson Show. So much more to talk about before I depart the program. I might have misspoke. I might have done it purposely, too. But I was talking about there's no set timeline on when Teeds High is going to be opening, and there's no plan B. There's only plan A. God is on our side. And we must win. Their plan A is asynchronous learning.
Huh?
Yes. Thank you. Thank you. I don't know. I forgot to go to teacher school. I got a nephew. I can ask. Word? I can ask my nephew, what does asynchronous learning mean? Does that mean that everybody's learning the same thing? They're just not doing it at the same time? So are we Zooming? Is that the Zoom? Is asynchronous learning Zoom, or is asynchronous learning...
Is there a swimming pool involved?
Come and pick up your packet. I don't know. Plan B, if this goes longer than students, then students will go through redistricting. Oh, my God.
That should be plan
A. Okay. So, yes. Thank you very much. This is now the Jose and Ray Show. So I agree with you. We have a finite number, and it's a gradually reduced number of students attending the Guam Department of Education system for whatever reason. Maybe their families have left. Maybe they're attending private school. Maybe they're not going to school anymore. You get to be over 16. You don't need to. Maybe they've moved to the States, and a lot of people are of the opinion that the latter is probably the thing that's probably happening most. But when we start talking about redistricting, oh my God, it's amazing the ownership. I mean, and you say this all the time in the feed here on the Facebook live feed. You always say that Simon Sanchez is a ghost.
There is no such thing as a Simon Sanchez high school student, and I'm not saying that to besmirch them,
right?
Anybody. It's that the last graduating class that ever stepped foot in a classroom has already walked the line, and they're on with their lives, and it's just a fact. If we're talking in just plain sense language, are there any students at Simon Sanchez? No, there are students from a school that used to be called Simon Sanchez, but they're not at Simon. They're at Teeds, or they were at John F. Kennedy High School. They were now JFK students because they were at the campus of John F. Kennedy High School. But they're trying to hold on to that. And I get it. There's a loyalty. There's a brand that they are attached to. That's their school. That's their high school. Remember when they were thinking of closing JFK or selling the property?
Oh, my God. There's a law against it.
Right.
I think Roy Respicio actually came out with a piece of legislation that said it will be illegal to sell this property.
Wow.
And there was, I mean, it's among those things. It's sacrosanct nature of it, of John F. Kennedy High School. Ed Buttigieg ask Eddie Cruz about doing something else with that campus. He'd come after you with one of his pieces of heavy equipment and roll over your house.
There's lots of history, but this is not really that big of an island that we cannot redistrict.
But so we
feel big.
Redistrict. There were conversations about that. I mean, closing the schools down south, just as a concept, I think was half thought. But the other thing is there a way to consolidate that? And they did have a conversation about redistricting some of the students. I think it was in Umatic, and they were going to go to Marito Martyrs or something like that. But apparently there was concerns among the parents that the Umatic kids would get beat up or vice versa. I can't remember. There was a.
See, you grew up in a time where villages were. You came from a village, you stayed in the village, and that was your village.
Exactly. And you don't come to my village now.
Yeah,
I don't know either. I don't know if that's still the case, but apparently there might be people in our age group, my age group, that are of influence that say no, that you can't do that. If a kid is north of the Micronesia Mall, then they are a north student. It doesn't make any difference if the next closest place for them might be in Tamuning. And I think the other part of this is, and I'm guilty. I'm in fact guilty of it. I'm guilty of it every day. Was the guy Berto from Pono telling me that he's going to go and have his Pono food down in Agate. And at any other time in my life, it's like, yeah, okay, I'll be down there. But in 2026, I need to get my nap in. Oh, by the way, gasoline is $5.77 a gallon, and that's a long way to go. Do I have the time? I got to drive all the way to Agate, and then there's going to be traffic, and I'm like, it's too far to go.
Construction.
And there's people that have the same notion. Joe S. San Augustine was one of them when they were talking about taking what was going to be a mall once upon a time across from the Holiday Inn in Tumon. And he says, oh, it's too far to go on a bus. I said, well, number one, it's not that far to go as the crow flies. Number two, they're already going to JFK on the bus. So how about you just take a turn over here and then go down into Tumon, take another turn. You're not adding that much. You'd go down Weston Hill with the buses and all of that. There's ways that we can do all of this.
We have kids from Tamuning that go to school in Petey. Jose Rios.
Well, we have kids in Daytadu that go to school at Mount Carmel.
There you go.
I mean, it's a bus. It's just the idea that if you're here long enough, and you've had the privilege of living in the States.
Yes.
Yes, you have. And I never really had the privilege of living in the States. I'd go on vacation. I'd go for trade shows and things like that. And it just seems to me that anything that is more than 20 minutes away is too far for me to go. If you live in the States, a 20-minute ride, that's for errands. The grocery store is 20 minutes away. You live in the States, and somebody says, we're going to go to so-and-so's place, so we're waking up early in the morning so that we can drive from here. We're going to cross 2 states to get there, but we should arrive by tonight. So bring
it's a state of mind, Ray.
It's a state of mind.
Because I've recently relocated to Mongmong for the summer, and I have a home up in Jigo, and I don't remember the last time I've been up to Jigo because it's too far.
Yeah. Yes,
State of mind.
I know exactly what you mean. And the thing is that once you're in MTM, bro, we're gold.
Don't need to go anywhere else.
We're gold. I mean, there's, I make a joke about it. I only drink within 2 streetlights of my house. But
I'm right down the street from it too.
Yes. There's a million of them. It's awesome. Okay. So a note from that lady again. There's Dona Mila Martinez checking, and she says today is Father Jeffrey St. Nicholas's birthday, reminding me that's my pastor at the Mongmong Church. Thank you very much, and Biba cumpleaños to Father Jeffrey, although I think technically I'm supposed to be more of a to church kind of guy.
No, you're on the right side of Mongmong.
Oh, I am.
I'm on the Toto side. It's just...
So where's the delineation? What is it, the Sunshine Market?
The street.
The Hyundai?
You're on yes, the street.
I've said the same thing about...
I get both churches come to my house for the Santo Nino.
Oh, there we go. Yes, that's right. I never looked at it that way. Okay, got it. Chuck Hazard online here this morning says, no Jose Martinez shedding. More Jose. You'll get plenty of Jose tonight. 2 hours of the Veterans with Benefits program tonight starting at 5 o'clock this afternoon. Smug Wimp says, like Cortec or hate Cortec, they are the 800-pound gorilla with respect to land and building acquisition. And bro, that includes hotels
and media.
Yep, I think they're in there as well. Got themselves their own Guam Daily Post. Let me see. Who else is? JB was reminding me, you had asked a question about John F. Kennedy High School back in the day and connections and Cortec. It was not Cortec originally that was a part of John F. Kennedy High School then. The outfit that I was looking for, and JB remembered it, a couple other guys did as well. IB Carl with a K Pangolin, reminding me that the guy that made the offer says, oh, you need to do this stuff? You got to take care of the schools here with John F. Kennedy High School? I'm a rich guy. I can do that. Was the guy from IBC, International Bridge Corporation. And I remember I talked to him a couple of times back in the day, and I think he still has some property here on Guam. He moved operations to Saipan. And John Anderson worked for him for a while when he was between gigs here on Guam. John worked for him up at International Bridge Corporation. And I think one of the acquisitions that they have here on Guam is the Greyhound track. Yeah, I think. If it changed hands, I'm not aware of it. But I think that was one of his toeholds. And International Bridge Corporation came out here and was one of these guys. And one of the reasons why we talked to him on the radio was because he was maybe one of the last guys that put together a serious bid for casino gambling. Do you remember?
That's right. John Anderson was a spokesperson.
Yep. Yes, he was. Yes, he was. A number of other people. I think Joy James was one of them. Who's the guy who works over at the governor's office? Carlo Branch, I think, was among them that were making their pitch with their voices for a casino here on Guam. Unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on where you are in the conversation, there were so many people of equal and greater stature that came out and said, "No, Baba Casino. We cannot have a casino here on Guam. It's bad, and the church hated it, and the church ladies hated it, and the big businesses hated it." And the people I think that hated it the absolute most were the people that had interests in Tumon, because they wanted their customers to stay in their hotel all the time, eating their food and drinking their drinks and staying basically on the property. Maybe you can go shopping over at the DFS, but we don't want you taking any of the money that you came to Guam with and spend it for something that is not in the Tumon-centric hospitality area. So I think that was among the other reasons why there was extreme vocal opposition to the concept, and then it just went away. And I don't think we've had a good debate on whether or not casino gambling on Guam might be a good thing. It might be. I mean, here we are, and as Simon Sanchez and others keep saying, we got to rebrand Guam. Got to rebrand Guam. Maybe we can rebrand Guam, some of it, someplace to go and roll the dice and play some cards. It works so well up in Saipan, right?
Perfectly.
Stand by. It's 9:37. I'm going to grab a quick break here and figure out how we're going to spend the next 20 minutes. Stay there.
Hapaday Guam, the wait is over. Our new CPK menu has arrived. Discover bold new flavors, fresh creations, and crave-worthy dishes you won't want to miss. Whether you're joining us for lunch, dinner, or happy hour, there's never been a better time to visit California Pizza Kitchen. Bring your family, gather your friends, and come find your new favorite. The new menu is waiting for you at CPK in Hagåtña and Tumon. California Pizza Kitchen. Fresh is always on the menu.
This summer, fall in love with a new Nissan. Get into a new Sentra for as low as $172 per paycheck, the Rogue for $219 per paycheck, and the Frontier for as low as $247 per paycheck. Whether you're looking for sporty, rugged, or family-friendly, Nissan Guam has the perfect ride waiting for you. Just one test drive and you'll be saying, I love me a Nissan. See Nissan first before summer says adios. On approved credit, some conditions apply. See Nissan Guam for details.
Some interesting AI graphics that I'm getting here this morning, talking about life down in Tumon, or whether you're staying in a hotel, or maybe you're trying to use the bathroom down in Tumon. And I think that's what this rendition is: a guy walking into a bathroom and it's got Hanum Taki leaking out of the shower. I don't know.
Where's his Zori?
Where's your Zoris everywhere, man? 9:38 on the Ray Gibson Show. This might make for interesting conversation after I've had a little bit more time to talk about it. But there's reports now. U.S. national debt has surpassed $40 trillion. marking a significant increase of $1 trillion in just a few months. According to the latest data from the U.S. Treasury, as of August 18th, the total public debt outstanding has reached $40.047 trillion. How about that? I was kind of hoping that we would start seeing a little bit more by way of some cash in with the tariffs. I was kind of hoping that maybe as people start going to jail for some of the waste, corruption, and abuse that we've got with all of these programs out there that have been, I don't know, tills for the corrupt and the deep state for as many years. Maybe we'd be able to get a break on that. I just got to wonder of this $40 trillion, how much of it is exactly that waste, fraud, abuse, duplication, and all of that. I mean, the stupid things like, tranny programs in Arabia that they were funding out of USAID and all these other outfits. Whether the deep state, the South, what's it, Southern something? What's the name of that NPO?
Oh gosh,
Southern.
I don't remember.
Frenchie will know. Frenchie knows everything. Good morning, Frenchie.
Good morning, Ray.
How are you?
I was just getting older listening to you reminiscing about the good old times.
Yeah. The good old times. The International Bridge Corporation and casinos. Oh my God! You couldn't go to a Rotary meeting without. Let me see. What's her name? Ariola getting up there and talking about how bad casino gambling was.
Yeah, I know. Well, I actually never attended a Rotary meeting here on Guam, even though I'm a former Rotarian in 2 cities.
Oh, you gotta. They're all anxious for new members, so you might want to see if you can run into Cosendo somewhere, and they can invite you to a meeting and see if you can make some new friends. I mean, not that there's anything wrong with your old friends.
My old friends, I had breakfast with them on Saturdays. So, so what was your question about which group was doing what?
I can't remember. Was that 2 riffs ago or what? Which group was what?
The Southern.
Southern something. This one of these guys. They
the Southern Poverty Law Center.
There you go. I think they took them off the list of beneficiaries.
The SPLC, which was one of the nightmares of Bob Klitsky. He used to always complain and rant about them.
Was it just because they were Baptists? Because I know a lot of nice Baptists.
Because it's one of those groups that originally saw their founders out of the civil rights movement in the 60s, but then they were kidnapped by some far-left activists who needed a brand name that would sound respectable, and that's exactly what happened to SPLC. And at the core beginning, they were fighting racism in the South and trying to bring equality among races, which was,
that's a nice. That's a good thing.
You can argue back and forth, but that was a fairly well founded thing, and it was mostly. They had, let me see if I can remember, they had different prices for civil rights leaders and so on. But then when they were taken over by those far-left groups, they became an NGO that was trying to hit every conservative group with false lawsuits and that kind of things. And we've seen those type of evolutions. Basically they are taking over the brand in order to bring a different agenda. And that's why Klitsky used to be complaining about it all the time.
Yeah, so basically a wolf in sheep's clothing.
Exactly. It's exactly what it was. And you see that more, you've seen that more and more, which is one of the reasons people supported Trump so much, because people realized what was going on and they were sick and tired of those shenanigans. And so, but now we've moved on to different things. So
I guess what's on your mind today?
Well, frog legs are very good, and so are snails. I
might be encouraged because Jose says the frog legs that I ate were probably old. They weren't fresh, and so it was
Most
rubbery.
likely, yeah.
I think if you cut the escargot enough, finely chop it so it doesn't resemble the snail coming out the shell. I think I might be able to suffer some of that now.
Well, my origins are Catalan. So in the Catalan culture, at Easter, you have a big neighborhood meeting after the Mass, and it's called a cargolade. It comes from cargo, so escargot.
Mm-hmm.
The cargolade is what you do is that you prepare those things for 3 weeks in advance because they need to be flush of all the stuff they eat. So you put them on a diet of flour. And then you cook them alive over the remain of the pruning of the vines that you've done in the spring, and then you do that as an Easter feast. And it's actually very good, and people love it. And you basically only put salt and parsley with garlic, and you eat hundreds of them.
Wow.
Maybe that's what you need, a shock therapy.
Yes, a shock therapy, or just be able. I'll be there and watch the process myself, and can see what's going on.
You're drinking red wines with it, and it puts you in the mood. It's all about the atmosphere you're surrounded with.
Mm-hmm. One note, just a comment here. We're going back to the International Bridge Corporation, and I knew Eddie was listening, and says Eddie says Bill Tokes owns International Bridge Corporation. He just passed away at 98. His son Robert is still here, and is a part of the owners that owned the lease back of JFK High School. IBC Guam office is behind the Harmon McDonald's. Eddie goes on, says Pacific Waste is owned by Robert Tokes and his wife. His holding company that owns the JFK lease does a pretty good job on school maintenance. They did repairs of typhoon damage way ahead of the school opening day. Thank you very much. I appreciate them taking care of JFK. Jerome says, no, you don't want to cut the escargot in half. You're going to lose the flavor and the juice, or just fill in all over the place.
Yeah, he's right.
So somebody's going to make a connection. I just made one in my head, but I don't know enough about it. Is the snails that we have here on Guam, they're all, I would presume they're all invasives, but we're not a kind of snail that we have here brought to Guam by the Japanese, so they'd have something to eat during the war.
No, you don't want to eat those. They're poisonous. The snails that are good to eat are called the little gray. So it's a type of snails you basically find in Europe. But the snails we have two types, and one of them is the African snails, which are extremely dangerous to eat. It's like eating poisonous mushrooms,
Yes, is a concept not lost on me as an outdoor person. Every time I go outside and I see something, I wonder to myself, could I eat that? If I ate it, would it be the last thing I ever ate in my life?
Well, when you talk about the Japanese and what was his name? The guy that hid in the cave in Talafofo.
Yokoi. That's Jeff from Pirates Cove's buddy.
Yeah. So Yokoi basically survived for several decades eating the toads, and he found a way to take away all the poison that those toads have on their back, and he was quite resourceful. It's how you prepare it, which reminds me of the blowfish in Japan, which is extremely dangerous, and people think it's a delicacy.
I generally, when I'm offered, unless I know I'm in one of those places where somebody has gone to school for a long, long time and knew how to prepare it properly, then I generally turn it down.
Yeah, you should. Jose, who used to cook for a living, he knows a lot about those things. So
that's why I keep bringing up food, but he stays in there. He's quiet. I think I woke him up too early. I don't know.
Well, here's something I don't know. I've seen they call them sea snails here on Guam. I've heard them say it's a liling, but I know it's not because it's the cone, right? Is the liling shell?
Yeah.
But they call it a liling, and they cook it just like escargot with, the way that I learned, with lots of butter. They call it maitre d' butter with shallots and wine. Yeah, and they just cook it that way and pick it out of the shell just like escargot.
Pull the thing out that way. I don't know. A liling I like. That I like. There's a cut-in agate that I used to go to with my stepfather, primarily because that's where we could get a whole lot of that. That and baby clams. I mean, over a foot, but they were baby clams. You could pull those things out of the ocean, take them up on shore, and you build a fire, and you pour some soy sauce in the hole, and some beer in the hole, and a little bit of Tabasco in the hole. You stick it upside down in the fire, and about 3 minutes later, as it starts boiling up, and pretty soon here you go in there with a coat hanger, and then you pull the thing out. That was yummy, and the same thing with the clams. 9:49 in the morning. What you going to be thinking about all weekend long, Frenchie?
Yeah, well, I'm going on Saturday. There is a very nice event. That's the third time they do it at the Dusit. They do a monthly French buffet at their buffet location.
Cool.
And it's a very good deal. I was surprised, for the price. There is plenty of foods, and the chef is Philippe Pierre, and he's doing an outstanding job there, and so we're supporting him, and then I'm probably going to meet my old Fox friends on Saturday morning at CPK. So I'll have a look at their new menu.
I hope you find something you like.
And then we're probably going to argue about the upcoming campaigns and give our ideas about what's going on.
Yeah, what I did, write some of that stuff down and call in with a report on Monday morning. We are. Everybody seems to be actively engaged in the conversation, and a lot of the conversation, obviously, on the gubernatorial side is: are you happy with the choices that the primary has left you, and are you happy with the outcome of the primary election on the legislative side? Is there still hope for anybody that came in under about 8, 9, 10 through on those lists, or is there still time for them to become remarkable enough so that more people remember their names, or is it possible that there may be things that happen in the next 80, 74 days between now and the general election where some of the incumbents start pissing off the old voters? Is there room here for people to trade places, I guess?
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting. There are some, like you mentioned before, there are some interesting young candidates. Their names are not very well known, and like I reminded them, I said, don't be discouraged. I said, look at Vince Boha. He had to run 3 times in order to get elected, but he kept his nose down and run, and he finally got elected.
And the poor guy gets elected. He gets elected, and he gets thrown in the education committee. Oh my God! No, thank you.
With some of his friends in the GOP, you don't need enemies.
Exactly the point. Hey, new guy, what do they do? What do they give Sabrina? They gave Sabrina Guam Memorial Hospital. Oh my God.
And they complain about Eve going the apple to Adam,
French, I'm going to let you run. 9:52. I'll see you soon.
You take care. You have a great weekend.
You know what? That's the plan so far. I got the easy stuff lined up. There's nothing major that I've got to do. A couple of long runs on Saturday and Sunday. A little bit of goofing off with what friends that I might be able to find someplace. But otherwise, I think this is going to be one of those kind of. I might be able to, depending on the weather, I might be able to get stuff done. Finally, I did want to put this up on the screen here. Is this TikTok? I can't tell whether it's TikTok or Instagram. No, I still can't tell by looking at it.
Looks like TikTok.
It looks like TikTok. Okay, so it's a guy doing a thing, reel from the car. His name is, and he puts his name. He did it in his real name, so I'm going to assume it's okay for me to read it. His name is Jeremy Davis Rains, and the caption reads: Chamorros know how to throw a barbecue. And this was about 60, 90 seconds worth of him talking about leaving a barbecue that he had already been at most of the day and reveling in his hosts and the incredible generosity. This is so Guam. Incredible generosity and their willingness to stay there and make sure that their guests are completely satisfied and the like. He was talking about the food, and they start with a barbecue here, and they started hours ago, and I'm full. I can't eat anymore, and I'm leaving, and they're still there barbecuing and eating and drinking. It says these Chamorros, they know what they're doing when they're talking about throwing a barbecue. So I just want to say to Jeremy Davis Rains, welcome to Guam. Welcome to Guam. I hope every experience that you have with our people, my people, meet or exceed the hospitality that you've already received. And I think all we ask in return is take off your shoes when you come in the house and pay it forward a little bit. If you got that kind of treatment from the guys in the hood, you know what? Maybe it's time for you to have a barbecue. Pick up a couple of lessons that you've learned. Maybe somebody taught you how to make Kelligwin there. Maybe you tried a couple of different kinds of Kelligwin and you want to experiment with that. That's totally cool. Make your own. Maybe you were tantalized by the variety of marinations that they used. I got to ask Jose, so when you're barbecuing, one marination, or do you do one for chicken, one for beef, or one for pork?
It's the same one for me.
It's the same one. Is it the family recipe that has been there for generations, or is it yours?
It's mine.
It's yours.
Yeah.
Influenced by?
One of my uncles taught me.
Okay.
Yeah, a long time ago.
What interesting thing did he put in his marination?
God, it's just really simple. Well, the one thing that I put in mine always, including the lemon juice, is tuba vinegar.
Tuba vinegar.
Yes.
Okay. All right. I might try that. It
balances out everything.
I might try that. I've got a lot of different influences when I'm starting to think about doing a barbecue. You go and you get new soy sauce, always, and yeah, you get the lemons and the peppers and whatever. But the thing, I used to have a guy I worked with. His name was John Pulutu, Big John Pulutu. Was his name, and he was an auditor at cable TV for a zillion years. He was a big man, bigger than you in size, stature, faith, etc. He was a high talking chief. Talofa Lewopele was how I'd greet him, and he was in charge of doing the payday cookouts at cable TV. And the old man would give him some money, and he'd go up to base because he's an old retiree, and he'd go up to the base, and he'd come back with all kinds of meat and 2 different flavors of beer, red and blue, Bud and light beer, and he'd have a marination that started yesterday on all the different meats that he had. But one of the things that he put in his marination that my mouth is going to water just thinking about it was oranges. Yeah. So you still get the vitamin C. You still get that hit. You still get a little bit of a tang in there, but it's a different kind of tang than you're going to get with a lemon.
You put extra citrus.
It was nice, and he would be out there starting about 4:00 in the afternoon, getting the cooking going. So as the lads were coming in from doing a day's worth of cable TV work, they could smell the barbecue, get themselves cleaned up as quick as possible, punch out, and then we just start drinking beer. And we didn't have any plates, so we did nothing as formal as that. He just cut the meat and you put it on top of your beer can, and that's your plate.
Works.
But it's good for portion control, if you will. A couple of minutes away from the top of the hour. I don't know if we've got time to dump into another break, or if we even have.
I just want to go back to that video that you were highlighting with that gentleman about the Chamorro parties. If you stay on TikTok long enough, you'll get an algorithm of a lot of these people putting their experiences about Guam. I think GVB just to do some research.
Mostly good.
Yeah, all good.
And 99% of them are good. You're going to get somebody that's going to gripe about something. And hell, we're Chamorros. We'll gripe about it, but it's our island. So
there's one lady who she did it publicly, so I don't feel bad about saying this. She went through a kind of a depression after they left Island. She was really into the culture, and people know what I'm talking about. Yeah. I think her husband was at a church recently here on Guam, and then they got relocated back to the States. She learned how to cook Chamorro foods, and she just goes online and just keeps celebrating her experiences on Guam. in the States.
The good ones always come back.
It's awesome. Yeah.
And that's my rule. The good ones are always come back. My algorithm favors women in bikinis at the beach, and there's a growing number of women in bikinis in the beach, whether they're from the military that said, I got stationed on Guam. It's the best thing that's ever happened to me.
Right.
I was lucky. I didn't know what to expect. I came to Guam, and there's the people, and there's the food, and there's the beach, and there's the culture, and all of that. And you get those stories. Same thing from these traveling nurses that we get out here, folks in the military, teachers, that might find their way out to Guam. Just so many people. And so I don't know. So I guess to wrap it up, it's easy for us to get down on the island. We've got issues, and what's working is what I've been asking lately. What's still working these days? How quiet quit has the government of Guam gotten in the last days of the Leon Guerrero Tenorio administration? What else is going to break on the weekend that we're going to be talking about on Monday? I don't know. But for all there is to gripe about, what you can do to get away from it all is you go and you bring a radio with you, just like mine and any one of our radio stations, Star 101, Boss 104, this station. Go hang out at the beach. Maybe bring a hibachi. Maybe that recipe that we were talking about. Maybe you've got the marination recipe, and now you're going, tuba vinegar. Ooh, orange. Gonna try that. Go get yourself some vitamin D, as in sunshine that you can only get at the beach. You got a bikini and the beer and the cooler and the bathing suit, and just sit in the sand and get some nature in here. I gotta go because it's 10 o'clock already. Jose, thanks for subbing for Real Joe.
My pleasure.
We'll see what happens on Monday. It's the Ray Gibson thing, and here's Fox News on the Point.
Arrest after federal authorities say she threatened to set off a bomb at the state capitol building.
State and federal law enforcement announced the arrest of Jesse Bowie for a plan to kill New York state legislators. U.S. Attorney John Sarcone said Bowie is charged with providing material support to ISIS.
This defendant was radicalized online and spread messages of hate and violence.
FBI special agent in charge in Albany, Craig Tremoroli, quoted Bowie's intent to take down the building
and kill the senators while they're meeting. I want